and gentlemen, let's do it.
They ain't ready for you.
MW2 is going to be a ridiculous year. It's just been insane.
What other dirty tricks have you got up your sleeves?
They ain't ready for you.
Will it be sugar, spice, and everything nice, or slugs, snails, and puppy dog tails? Let's find out.
Oh, KiSMET blows it wide open. KiSMET wins it! Oh my! I do not believe what we are seeing. Pandemonium! The thunder from down under.
Knock it out the park, yeah, show it.
Just like that, Scrappy puts them to bed.
Come with it. I know you say you want it. Now you gotta get it on it.
Whoa! Unbelievable!
They ain't ready for you. They ain't ready for you.
I cannot believe what I am witnessing.
And that will be the game. It is over.
Welcome in, you dirty little body shooters. It's Puckett alongside Alley Cat, Nameless, the headquarters crew, breaking down all the action we're going to be seeing today. We only have 4 days left of qualifiers before we're in Boston. A big Sunday leading up, and let's talk the schedule here. I want to start with you, Alley.
Yeah.
We've got some great ones. We've got the Legion versus the Royal Ravens. We've got Guerrillas versus Røkkr. We've got Subliners versus FaZe. That last one, the highest seeds, 1 versus 3.
Yeah.
But what matchup do you think has the chance of being the tightest series?
Well, to be honest, I actually think it's going to be that LAG versus Minnesota Røkkr. From what we've seen from the LAG in this second half, I think it'll be a bit more of a battle than we're expecting, but obviously that New York Subliners versus Atlanta FaZe match should be a banger.
We've had a lot of roster shakeups, a lot of new looks from some teams, and if you were watching the show yesterday, we had a lot of questions on a team that we had just already moved up to the upper echelon of Call of Duty League squads. New York Subliners are taking on Atlanta FaZe after FaZe dropped 0-3 last night. On the other side of this, though, and New York has not lost a step since Raleigh. Let's start with our top dogs right now. What should the fans know about the Subliners coming into this matchup?
Yeah, the fans should know that this is a team not to be messed with. I mean, if they left any questions after Major 1, they have answered them all in their last few games. These guys are unbelievable. Their 1-2 punch that they have at SMG might be the best in the league. And then you look at the ARs, we're seeing some ridiculous performances. They're so disciplined. We saw what Skyz was able to do on that Zarqwa in that hard point. And then we've seen what Priestahh has turned into in this game. It looks like the Priestahh of old. When we interview them, they're always talking about their team chemistry, how they approach the game. Where do you beat this team? We talk about control. They're 11-1 when you look at Hotel and Fortress. They can get rid of a CeeLo in every series, so that control is an absolute lock in hardpoint. They are so hard to go up against. They're a tough team to beat, man. They look like they're going to continue dominating.
They sing Backstreet Boys when they're winning. Nothing but vibes on that squad. On the other side of things, we have Atlanta FaZe, who has ridden the wave of all emotions. They had one of the hottest series just a week ago, and then yesterday, they get 0-3'd by Minnesota. What's going on with FaZe, and was this just kind of a fluke matchup that maybe the Røkkr always have their number?
I don't know if maybe it was some overconfidence out of Atlanta FaZe, or it really was just Minnesota Røkkr. We kind of put them under in our expectations. We didn't expect them to be as good as they are because they were coming off flu games. They were all 4 sick the last time we had seen them, and it was a struggle match against the Florida Mutineers, and now they head into this match against Atlanta FaZe. I mean, 3-0 bopped them. It was an incredible match by the Minnesota Røkkr, and this was supposed to be, is Atlanta FaZe back? Is Atlanta FaZe, coming into this qualifiers 2 into Boston and going to be one of the favorites to win? I'm not saying they aren't, but they clearly did not look good in that series.
Yeah, I agree. I think their performance versus Seattle sort of skews our opinion on FaZe and how bad that this was. Because when you really look at the series, like omit the Seattle series where they just looked unstoppable, omit that and think about how they've been throughout this year. They've had some really close hard points, right? Like the comeback that we saw at the LAN, these nail biters where sometimes they're making mistakes. That's what we saw in that game 1. Unfortunately, it doesn't go their way. And then aBeZy gets blooded a few times in the search. I'm not making excuses for FaZe. I'm just saying that domination we saw versus Seattle, I think we all got ready to expect that, got excited, and it just didn't happen throughout that one. So clearly FaZe still has a lot of things that they're working on, especially in that search and destroy. I expect aBeZy not to be going down like that.
I think it's kind of ridiculous also to consider that the last time they got 3-0'd was last year.
Yeah,
right?
that's crazy.
Pretty darn consistent play that you're seeing from a team if they're at least getting a map every time they're showing up. Nameless, I got to get your quick opinion, though. We'll get into the predictions deeper in the show.
Yeah.
How many maps does this go today?
The New York FaZe, I think it's going game 5, man. I really do. It's going to be a battle back and forth, and I sure hope it does.
Lock in for that one, and if you're listening to aLLeY at the start of the show, lock in for match number 2 as well. We have the Guerrillas taking on that Minnesota squad that looked so good last night. And aLLeY, a lot of people are wondering, who comes out on top of this one? Because you have to throw away some of the Guerrillas' stats, because a lot of those stats, they're coming from a roster that was just at our first major. They brought in 3 new faces from the challenger scene alongside our cities, and this Guerrillas squad, they've been looking clean. But Minnesota yesterday against Atlanta FaZe gave everyone up north some hope that this team is still competing for a ship when we go to Boston.
Absolutely. Minnesota Røkkr should be the favorites heading into this series, but not that you should count out LAG, because they have 3 new players on the squad, and from their opening matchup, they're looking a lot more ready to go than we previously thought they would have in the first half of qualifiers. In the Minnesota Røkkr, I mean, I'm just hoping for some consistency at this point.
Yes.
You know, we saw a lot from Bance and Cammy in this series against the Atlanta FaZe, and those were the 2 that people were kind of jumping the gun on and being like, is this really the right move for this team? Is this really the roster they want? They answer back with this series. So just hoping for some consistency off Cammy and Bance, because if they continue to play like that, I feel like we got a preview of what Minnesota Røkkr's ceiling truly is.
Jack, can we get some love right now for our graphics man? Don't eat the fish. Those were the words of Benjamin Bance last night. 2 matches ago, they had some fish. They went to a game 5. Yesterday, they had some meat from Chipotle. They crushed a 3-0. Today, we'll find out what they're eating. And of course, you can join us all for the feast live when we go to Boston. Bangers and mash across the board. A whole lot of beans. I expect it's going down February 2nd to the 5th at the MGM Music Hall at Fenway. Nameless, how pumped are you for this venue?
I am dumb hype, man. Listen, last time that I was in Boston, I was competing. I won that tournament, so it's a nostalgic place for me.
Yeah.
I love Boston, man. It's just
Was
a great
that
place to
PaX?
go. That was PaX. You were
I
there?
remember I was commentating that with Nameless and Clayster, a guy who's
Nate
going to
shot.
be
What year was
playing
this?
today.
What year was that?
2013.
Yeah,
I was 13, wow.
it's good year.
You were 13.
She got into PG-13 movies that year,
You were
Nameless.
born in 2000?
We're a bunch of boomers. Let's keep this rolling. We've got a lot to talk
2000?
about on today's show. When we got to go to commercial break. When we come back, though, we will be talking about Clayster. The man is back with Vegas, and they're taking on the Royal Ravens. This is the CDL. You don't want to miss a minute of it.
We're old, Chris.
Say, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. Because in the end, whatever goes down, whatever you get up to, your triumphs and transgressions, nobody actually understands what it means except for you.
Nobody actually knows what it means except for you, aLLeY. That's right. London versus Vegas. We didn't talk about this one being close. Why is that?
Because London's really been struggling, and Vegas Legion actually have been looking really good. They've kept the hardpoints really close despite being one of the worst respawns in the team, but London have managed to somehow be worse than them in respawn in this series. So the search and destroy is under their belt. I think Vegas has ample opportunity.
I want to take a moment, though. Let's take a step back here and look how big of a matchup this is for both squads, because London, you are at the very bottom of our CDL points. Vegas, they were as high as number 7 on this list, and now we look where they're at, Nameless. We got the Mutineers, we've got Vegas Legion, Boston Breach, all at 40 points. And after the Thieves win their series yesterday, they claim that number 7 spot. Everyone needs to avoid the bottom 4. Why?
Yeah, 100%. You need to make it to champs. You need top 8. And as the season goes on, you guys will see the implications of even these little matches, these smaller matches like this. Like when you look at Las Vegas Legion and where they're sitting at points-wise, you have to beat every team that is around you on that bubble. The teams you're supposed to beat, they have to be victories. This is so massive for them. And for London, this is an organization that was top 3 in points early on last year and barely made it at the end, on the cusp of not making it. So like London really need to turn up, and their roster, man, they keep making changes. It's going to be a struggle.
Let's take a look at what happened yesterday, though, with the Royal Ravens. They put Trey on the bench. Zero is out of the lineup. You bring in PaulEhx once again. Scraps is now taking on that main AR role. And I got to get your thoughts. After the series, Nameless said, blow it up. We got to make some changes. aBeZy needs some more help. aLLeY, is it too soon to make that call? We've only seen one match with this foursome.
I don't even know if I trust London to make changes anymore at this point. After all the changes they made last year and after the ones they have made this year, I just don't think they've been the right decisions necessarily on who to take out and who to plug in and what this London Royal Ravens squad has needed. These are all very individually talented players, but I just don't feel the chemistry. I just don't feel the mesh with their play styles. I think a lot of roles are a bit confusing when it comes to the London Royal Ravens, and they cannot be this low in points this early. They are putting themselves in the worst position moving forward.
Listen, you have 2 options. It's either pick up some players from challengers, cultivate a new culture completely there and build around aBeZy, or straight up stick to this roster for the next few events to come and see what comes of it, right? Because London, they've been like throwing darts at a board, trying to figure out their roster. It has not worked, and they've gotten actually way worse than the first iteration we've seen of this team, which is just tough, man. It's tough if you're a London fan.
It seemed that they had an early, strong grasp on the game, much like last year, but then they fell off that winning cliff. It's been nothing but losses since. But if you're looking for highlights yesterday, Scraps tried to provide them. He had that clutch 1v1 in control. That was probably the best moment I saw from him, and that was the reaction. The man is vibing. When you get a happy Scraps, the rest of the team is going to feed off that energy. But he needs a higher KD. We're talking about the importance of these kills. He's got to string together the multi-kills like the best moments of his game yesterday.
Yeah, sure. I mean, we do need to see, more out of him. It's a tough, system and situation that he sort of got thrown into. But, when you're Scraps and you've been out of the league for some time, you have to come back and make a big impact if you want to remain in this league. It is highly competitive. It's a lot different than it once was when he was competing. So I do expect him to turn up. If they're going to stick with this roster, he's got to be that 1-2 punch alongside aBeZy, who's been popping off.
We've been asking who's going to be that second player. We're hoping it's Scraps today. On the other side of this matchup, Donnie Temp has been my guy. You called it out. Temp was going to be a player to watch in their series against Boston. He had a pretty strong series, and the team is looking phenomenal in Search and Destroy. 10 of their last 11 matches in Search, they're picking up dubs. That one loss, it was a round 11 against FaZe. But if you're looking at this team in Respawn, that's where the struggles are. And it has to be frustrating because the recent ones, they've been pretty close out.
Yeah, they would be in a much better and different position right now if they have just been able to close out a single Respawn in so many of these series. You can basically chalk up the Search and Destroys to being theirs. They are disgusting across every stat line when it comes to that game mode, but they cannot win a control, which is something that continued on from last year. And their hard points, they keep it very, very, very close. If anything, they stay in the lead until the very end. We saw it in the Boston Breach match yesterday in that Embassy hardpoint where they were in the lead until the final kitchen hill that unfortunately they gave away almost 60 seconds to the Boston Breach, and you just can't let that happen. I think maybe they get a little overzealous, they start to panic a little bit, and they don't stay composed to close out some of these hard points. If they can fix that, which is something fairly easy that could happen overnight, we'd see a way better Vegas Legion.
Let's take a look back at some of these hard points. That has been the struggle games. 1 in 4. They were in the driver's seat in this match matchup against Boston yesterday.
Yeah, I think for them, aBeZy is a map, even early on when I was watching scrims, I thought that they were just head on, and we're seeing them have these nail-biter aBeZys losing on P1s at the end, even when they have spawns just getting broken. So one, you have to clean that up. They know how to play aBeZy, they have to clean that up. That has to be a good one for them. I think they need to add either Fortress or Hotel to their repertoire as well in their map pool. One of those maps they just need to work on and start trying to play it in these series. But in Search and Destroy, they are the best search team in the game. Like, there's a lot to be happy about if you are a Legion fan. We've seen what they've done. Like yesterday, 6 of 7 first bloods in a 7-round game is pretty incredible, Chris. And that's a lot due to TJ and Clay, both top 5 in opening duels. Clay with the #2 win percentage in those opening duels as well. So this is a dangerous team. If they start stealing hard points, like, they'll be disgusting.
Yeah, we always say if they go to a game 5, they're our favorites right now. But you gotta go the distance. Maybe today is the day, though, to start pulling off these hard point victories. And as we finally see our 5 maps that'll be played in this series, aLLeY, what jumps out to you first?
The Hotel Control, instantly. These are the 2 worst control teams going at it in this series. And honestly, I'm kind of favoring the Vegas Legion. I'm very excited to see them put control in this series because it is the only hard point we have right now, specifically in the Qualifier 2, where offensive, the attacking side, is actually winning more often than defense. That is a 52% versus a 47 in a game that we thought was very defensive heavy. So Vegas Legion is going to be giving themselves ample opportunity to finally try and steal control.
If London is going to play spoiler in this matchup, Ant, where do you think they give this Vegas Legion squad trouble?
It's got to be through the respawns. We just talked about it. Like,
just 1 and 4?
Yeah, 1 and 4. And then honestly, like, Vegas is a disgusting Search and Destroy team. I give them the definitive edge here. But we've seen aSim have some crazy moments in S&D.
Yeah.
There is potential when you look at that game 2 Mercado. Like, we saw Vegas yesterday on it, 6-1 victory. But they're only 1 and 1 on that map. So there is like some opportunity there if you're London.
It's time to get our predictions in. I'm going to go first, and I'm going with Clayster. I always do. Vegas Legion are going to pick up the dub today, and they do it in their first 3-0, winning all of their games that they get against the Ravens.
I'm going with the Vegas Legion. I think today's the day we win in control. I think today's the day.
3-0 as well?
3-1.
3-1. Ant?
I'm going 3-1 with Las Vegas Legion as well.
No game 5 needed. We're all going Vegas. That means the Ravens are winning. Let's send it over to our casters. We got them live right now. It's Miles and Chance.
All bets are off now. Everyone thinks that Vegas are going to win the whole thing. Let's find out what happens, though, because, yeah, 2 teams in saw need of some big wins, particularly London Chance. It's been a very dry spell for them for what feels like almost the entire game.
100%. I mean, it truly is like the series of necessity for both of these teams. London, because bottom of the barrel, it's been like more than a month at this point since they've won a series, desperate for CDL points, desperate to not end up in losers bracket. But at the same time for Vegas, 1-1 record on the split so far. The loss to Boston put him in sort of a predicament where if they fall right now to London, that could be dire. Their odds of like making it to winners bracket dramatically fall going into the major. So both of these teams really need this win. I mean, I suppose London a little bit more than Vegas, and obviously with the desk predictions, we know Vegas is going to be favored to win, but it really is a necessity for both of these teams.
Hey, anything can happen in the Call of Duty League, and it tends to do just that. In Mercado we go. Map number 1. Let's get into this one. TJ, loving to see the face cam these days. It's good to get eyes on the man. Eyes on the hard point indeed. This kill's going the way of Vegas. A little bit of time. They're looking to fight for those P2 spawns also. That's the bottom side of the minimap. Look at number 4. That's going to be ProLoot, and he's the man getting the job done so far.
And we talk about cleaning up gameplay. London Royal Ravens, they managed to lose those spawns pretty much instantly off the opening break. Vegas had a cakewalk to at least force the spawns out for the moment. Now, you have players all over the map, but Vegas have at least a slight edge having those, at least the first 2 arrows, getting those close spawns. So always the dynamic on Mercado. This rotation, ever important, and ProLoot right now needs to stay alive.
See if you can do it. Nastie doesn't quite check that corner, flies up the stairs, and that's going to be an easy kill. Opening time going the way of the Ravens. We can see that flipping its head quite quickly, unless, oh my, Asim and Paul, they find their kills on the approach to P2. Clay picks up a pair of his own, but it's not enough. Nastie, last man up, spawns are back in the hands of the Ravens, and that's going to be their hard point for now.
It's so thematic from both of these teams, right? Vegas in a spot in hard point where like they do like the more difficult thing and they just need to stay alive, and instead they chow out. And then for the side of London Royal Ravens, the only player that's really had success is Asim, and he's the one that picks up the pieces. And then London can't hold on to the hill. Vegas just walks straight back through and get control. So a little bit of chaos at the start. Big Semtex coming through for TJ, and Scraps now more or less by himself, working on some jumps, working on dancing, and there's a lot to work on.
At least one. Bit of work complete. Tej up next. Beautiful work out of Matty Marshall. 6-1. Force brief for him in on the hard point once again. Eyes are on the next few. The next 20 seconds is going to be an important one for the Ravens. Able to get too much more out of this? No. ProLoot, good work there. Taking care of those players in the hard point. That's going to be the end of it. Next couple of 10 seconds going the way of Vegas. Now over to the next hard point, and it's a bit of an awkward stalemate. Where is number 4 on the minimap? Where is ProLoot? And where is Paul? Paul's upstairs. This could be huge for Paul. A big win here. Any more out of it? Damn, son, it was close, but no cigar. Teamwork there from the Ravens. That's their point.
And Paul out there making a sneaky play. It looked like Vegas, based on the minimap, completely unaware that there could be a player lurking and hiding in that spot. So when that rotation, set themselves up at least early on. And hey, the nade smoke is going to help Asim back in his happy place. And he does get traded, but those Vegas arrows are very far away from being able to actually contest this hill. So Ravens, for the moment, have a nice little stranglehold on the hill.
It's a stranglehold, but there's a small opening of the air, which Paul has nearly slammed shut. Good awareness now. Temp's going to make his way to the top side. Again, he should be able to deal with this. What a snap out of the Menace. Gets himself the second. That is glorious. 20 seconds remaining here on Tin, and it's nearly complete. Rotations are already underway, and it's Asim, the man in position. One down. ProLoot, sweet drop shot, stays alive, but Paul, hello, stab it, stab, stab, gets another. PaulEhx, sensational 3. What a run. Completely cut Vegas in half.
Completely broke him down, and now just has to be the cutoff man. He can take his time playing a corner and let the kills come to him. TJ's underneath him, but his teammates are there for the help. Scraps is picking up pieces along the way. And right now, Paul in prime position to keep the Vegas players out. ProLoot, though, makes a nice little jump up spot to at least open up the back alley. But Vegas right now, it is a full flood through the back. Nastie, he knows one direction to look.
Go Ravens holding it down, looking to cross over the 100-point mark. So far so good. Let's go for a quick listen in with the London Royal Ravens.
He's coming back to your back door, mate.
Back door. Main door.
Back door. Be annoying, Asim. Just be annoying.
I'm coming, so I can help you understand.
That's one blue. I'm gonna go new. I'm gonna go new.
I didn't hit him, bro.
Push him.
Push him.
He's gonna be. Yeah, he is.
Nice.
One more mid alley.
I don't see him.
Really weak. He went to the right. One went dark.
Get in there.
I'm staring at dark now.
It's cool.
He's on dump. He's on my door. He's on dump ready. Yeah, he's front door. Dark as well. Dark. Front door time. Gonna pinch too. Dark. Really weak. Big door down you. Big door down. Both right on you.
Okay, one dump as well.
All good. He hasn't pushed out blue door.
He's behind the heading.
Come on, work it. I'm playing big door pinch.
Here. I'm gonna pinch this.
I'm blocking blue.
He could be useless.
I'm blocking blue.
He's not pushing down. I'm nading main.
I died somehow. Tunnel.
Coming.
I don't see him time.
It's one tunnel.
They're spawning out. No, he's challenging Maddie.
Two on time.
Nice.
One more in tin and maybe mid tin.
It's in the absolute
One
dunning.
tin. Yeah. Take your time. Just keep him off time. By playing
rotate. Make sure we rotate, guys. Fuck that 25. We're up big right now. I'm gonna sit in blue, okay?
I want stun outside.
Blue, one side,
man.
I want blue.
One side, jump man.
I have tunnel. I don't see him, Matt. I don't stun him.
I'll get my tunnel on. You got my head, John?
Yo, one tunnel. I can only jiggle it. I have a sub, Matt.
We got P4 and one got it.
Two tunnel me. I got one.
One's blue, one's P4, one blue. One P4, one blue. There's two alleys. One more, guys.
A chance at a newfound ferocity in the London comms. Everyone's sounding good.
Yeah, no lack of energy in those comps at all. Those guys are wheeling and dealing and setting themselves up for the top cantina hard point. You have Vegas, though, trying to get the swarm on the hill, but Nastie wins the big 2 down low, and they clean house. 4-man wipe, nice and comfortable on the rotation, and London set up and ready to go. This lead is about to get way more dramatic than it already is.
Vegas are in trouble. This is not a good look so far. Let's see if they can get themselves out of the situation with a clean break. It's a 3-1 split. ProLoot, Daddy Pop trying to make his way forward. Paul does get taken care of. The numbers starting to thin out for the Ravens. A big one again from ProLoot, keeping this side of the map safe. Maybe to draw some of the aggro, get Temp in there, because Nastie, he's the lone man on the point. The spawns are flipped. This is a chunk of time you want for Vegas. It's a measly few seconds, but you need them all.
And Clayster's also by himself right here. He's able to pick up 2, and the help is through the middle of the map, but Temp can't deliver, but Clay at least is going to be able to heal up in this moment. You had scattered spawns, but it looks like Vegas able to deliver on the rotation. Shouts out to Clay on the roto, and shouts out to ProLoot going on a 4 spree, trying to keep a bunch of these players slowed down, and doesn't slow them down for too long. The nade's clean house. You got London hitting from the back.
Pulling it back slowly but surely now. Vegas Legion not out of the woods just yet. 40+ seconds remaining on the point. Here comes the quick contest. Ravens now amassing. They are circling. Over to that hard point we go again. It's Scraps and PaulEhx. Great crossfire there. Take care of Temp on the point. We've still got ProLoot here. Not able to quite get the contest continued. We're going to keep that pressure on him. Here come the Ravens. The seam with the flank. Breaking on through this one. There's 30 seconds remaining on this point. Oh my god. They might be able to get a bit of time here, but the counter-attack from Legion is on. Vegas not going out of this one just yet.
Yeah, and those just are spawns that are so difficult to manage. Vegas actually read them, but the spawns came in. They were effectively put in a pinch, and there's only so much you can do. Is right now London just taking over, man. Scraps is 20-8. I mean, this is the Matty Marshall old main Slayer that we are used to seeing. So the KD for the moment, ridiculous. The lead, comfortable, but obviously we still got a lot of Call of Duty left to play. We already know about these rotations, how important they are. P1, not a massive amount of time you're going to be able to get. That's why London are taking things slow.
Yep, they take it slow. Deep breath every now and then. Scraps has got this side of the map covered. This is going to be the focus for now, while his teammates, they have a bit of a tussle over towards the point. Clay cut down on the outside. It's a 7 spree now. Make it an 8 for Matty Marshall. The tank is a whirring. He's finding kills all over the place. His teammates are maintaining pressure. This is glorious work out of the Ravens.
I mean, right now, Scraps is basically taking, you know, one-on-one gunfight after one-on-one gunfight. Finally, a double chow coming through for Vegas, and it doesn't even go well. Scraps just picks them apart. Maybe a last-ditch effort from Vegas. KiSMET's trying to get down low and be a nuisance, but he just gets hunted down as the 10 spree from Scraps continues.
10 spree from Scraps. Trophies are out, lining up now for the hit from Vegas. They're making their way through the alleyway side of things. That's on the left-hand side of Scraps right now. Guns will be up in a moment, but Vegas are running out of time. They are running out of options. It's time to hit the go button. TJ and ProLoot now, shoulder to shoulder, making their way in. Here comes Scraps from the downstairs. It's up to Paul, though. He gets 1 before being brought down. Here comes a hit. Scraps makes it 11. Can't keep the spree going. The time, though, is now in the hands of Vegas. They've got the break. Better late than never, but Nastie right back in it. 1 HP. Oh, it was good while it lasted.
I mean, hey, for Vegas, though, 35 seconds. This is a lot of scrap time to get, so a decent chunk of time to slip away. And if a guy like Temp can try to set yourself up on rotation, you never know. And with 25 seconds is a lot of time for Vegas to be working with. Of course, Nastie is being annoying, gets an extra kill on KiSMET just to slow this push down. But, I mean, beautiful stuff for the moment. Maybe a pinch being developed. It's Temp on one side, KiSMET on the other. Unfortunately, not a lot of reinforcements. The SMGs for the moment for Vegas, nowhere to be found.
Not yet. They're making their way forward now. All 4 corners of the map now covered by a Vegas Legion player. The approach is on. You've got all those members of the Ravens. They are held up close on the inside of the point. This streak should be able to get at least 1 or 2 players out. Not bad. Also, oh dear, Nastie somehow got caught in the crossfire there. Bloody, where was he? We'll deal with that one a bit later on. But now it's over to Scraps once again. Another big gunfight. We're nearly on a ProLoot. The snap was there. ProLoot's in. Byron's on the time.
Hey, well, a cruise missile that kills a teammate is that small open window for Vegas to actually rotate and get inside. But again, when you talk about spawn management, this is incredibly difficult to read. London are literally everywhere surrounding this hill. And at least inside the actual point, there's only 2 Vegas members. So Temp wins the gunfight towards the middle, and his teammates deliver towards the hill. ProLoot last man standing. He has the help. You get the wipe. I mean, this is what, like a 70 or 80 point comeback that's on the horizon. Vegas down, but not out. Towards Barbershop we go.
Definitely not out. You've got streaks now to play with as well for Vegas. And here they come. We're going to clear up those players in mid. It's going to get at least 1. So Temp's trade taken care of there. Over the 200 point mark you go. Here comes the hit on towards the break. It's Barbershop. It's going to be a tough one. It's over to TJ now. What can he find on the approach? Deady hit. Scraps with the sweet reads. He's in position to get a few more here. Tags are there. Temp stays alive. Now the pinch on the point. 2 remaining members of the Ravens in there. It's a lineup. The kills are coming through. You got to get on the point, but no one's there. Nastie last man up. Ravens, they stay alive. They keep the lead going, and they take map number 1.
And they take map number 1 in a fashion where their KDs look the best that they have ever been this year. I mean, straight up across the board. All 4 players on London able to get a decent amount of production, able to deliver. I mean, we had, what, the 11 spree from Scraps. You had Nastie picking up pieces the entire time. And I know Wasim has been getting a lot of praise, deservedly so. But, I mean, for the time being, that was his teammates' game right there. All 4 players on the board, or 3 at least positive. Asim the only one negative, and he's got a decent chunk of hill time. So I think that's a scoreboard Ravens fans will be a lot happier to have. And of course, on the flip side, I mean, that is just pain and punishment for the side of Vegas. They are used to close hard point games, but they play tight against teams like New York. Now they're playing against teams like London. 252 to 202, not that close.
Not that close indeed. Well, look at the highlights now as we get through our first map, and what a run. I mean, we saw sweet kills either way, but for me, man, it was scraps. At one point, 20 and 8 for him. Really clinical work again from not just himself, but the rest of the team. The Ravens springing to life here in Mercado Las Almas in map number 1. But there we go, all comes to a close. Chance Vegas, what was going on, man? I mean, getting outslayed left, right, and center doesn't really help the case. Moments like that, though, Nastie having his pop-off plays, it just all seemed to go right for London.
Well, I mean, there's a certain point where the game just like got out of hand, and Vegas were just constantly playing off the back foot, which you're never gonna have a fun time doing. Once they were able to stabilize, that's when the comeback started to develop. But it was literally on that like initial rotation. Vegas had like the perfect opening break. They flipped the spawns. You had Prolute and TJ, both of your SMGs in the cantina, that they got those initial kills, and then both of them flew out, chowed a gunfight that, at least in my opinion, they did not need to. They get pieced up by Asim, and then they just lose the like initial money hill. So I mean, it's a lot of work that happened at the start of the game that, at least from my view, kind of just tossed it away. And after that moment, again, London just really never looked back. So the small mistakes, always costly.
Well, there we go. Look at the maps and modes here. Mikado Search and Destroy come up next. And I don't know about you, chat, but my pick'ems are chalked. A man who has religiously back to London in the last 2 series I haven't. Today might be the one where everything changes. Search and Destroy coming up next. Hotel Control after that one. Again, the desk, a lot of love for the control gameplay. Is it love? Is it tough love? Ali's been on fire today, I must admit, but she's not wrong. It's going to be a difficult series here for Vegas. Need to get a big win there. HyDra hard point after that if we have to go the distance. We'll find out though, mate, in a mo. Chance, where are we leaning for the Search and Destroy? Where are we dressing? What are we leaning towards? Is it what? Where are we going?
Well, it's just a super obvious answer, right? I think Vegas have won 10 of their last 11. I think London have lost 6 of their last 8. It would be the most Call of Duty thing ever for this to be the series where Ravens come out and just turn into gods and search and destroy, because like they've had some close games against top teams. Again, Asim has been a shining light for this squad, especially so in search and destroy. So the potential is there. And maybe if you want to like further that, when you're talking about Mercado specifically, one of the few maps London actually has success on, 2-1 record overall, and one of the maps that Vegas doesn't look utterly dominant on, 1-1 record overall. Their round count as well is fairly close to 50-50. So make no mistake, Vegas is without question the stronger team in search and destroy. But as far as maps go, I see potential for London. And just for the fact that it's been a wild week of Call of Duty games, it would not surprise me in the slightest if the #1 S&D team started losing to the number 12.
Well, that's not something everybody saw on their Call of Duty bingo card today, but we'll see if that number gets read out. Ravens coming up on what has been a very bad spree of search and destroy gameplay, and the opposite side, yeah, Vegas, a brilliant streak for them as well. See what happens coming up. Mercado is going to be our search and destroy. We'll see if Asim can put up the typical double-digit kill performances. Some absolutely iconic plays from him so far in MW2. And the rest of the Ravens starting to pull their weight also. For Vegas on the other side, keep an eye out on Clay. We've seen him running snipes in pretty much every map so far. He's been looking very, very strong indeed. One of the more impact-heavy sniper players when it comes to MW2. We'll see if everyone can shake off what was a very tough map in that opening run there from Vegas. Get their heads back in the game and roll on here in the search.
Yeah, Clayster's actually been pretty sneaky. I know certainly with like recency bias, iLLeY without question looks like the most impactful sniper because he has been like a god amongst men, but at least statistically, Clayster in my mind holds the top spot because his team great at S&D across the board. I think they're winning, 55% of the rounds, but when he snipes, that number jumps up to like 65%. And obviously, when you have great teammates around you, when you have like the ridiculous clutch potential that Vegas has showed in this game mode, that does help the stats just a little bit. But we'll find out if Clayster wants to rock it here or if he wants to take things slow, because he has switched it up on Mercado.
Yeah, there was a bit of a mistake there with an A throw from the opening rip there from London, so that's going to slow them down a tiny bit. Let's find out though. Scraps is making his way towards A. I do think Clay is sniping that mid-cross as well, so this could get ugly real quick. It does. Good God. Scraps is in trouble. Numbers are gone. It's an absolute massacre. PaulEhx now on the 1v4.
All right, this is done and dusted. Goodbye. Quick round right there for Vegas, and that is I mean, that is truly just a TJ Halley sort of moment, right? I think he struggled the most in the hard point. Maybe not the least kills, but the least damage by a decent margin. And then he just walks into Search and Destroy, open things up, and gets a 2-piece. So most TJ thing you're ever going to see. Poor map 1, instant bounce back in 2.
Instant. Those players had to take that very, very tight corner there by the tunnel because of the pressure from Clayster on mid. So good work there out of Vegas Legion. Little plays like that really help out. Clean comms gives TJ the perfect pre-aim, gets things going. Here we go. 2 kills there for TJ, 2 for Temp. In round 2 we go.
And they have everything but the bomb. PaulEhx has to double back, and well, I say everything but the bomb, which means they do not have trophies. And they will get first blooded already. The start that Vegas wants to have. TJ, 2 for 2 with first bloods.
Staying alive. Will he be able to get himself another kill here? Make it a 4 spree. Ravens are back on up. They are hitting the tactical retreat. TJ's going to essentially waste his dead silence here. Not that he knows that. Clay spots him on the cross. Here we go. You should see the 2-2 split now. Vegas, immediate moves. Scraps has got the flank covered. Here we go.
Hey, what the hell happened at the start of this round for Vegas' opening break to leave a sub in Clayster's hand? I'm not prepared for this, but Clay is prepared for the rotation. He's got the covering fire from Temp just above him. They know all these players are inside, and Clayster just so happens to have the perfect gun for the job and dead silence potentially pop. He's making moves.
Oh, here he goes. There it is. Clay with Deddy. Running the sub. Asim's got the pre-aim up top. I'm not sure if he saw a little ankle or something there clipped through the wall, but he may have. Less than 30 seconds to go, and it is a 4v2. Asim's backed on up towards mid. You've got to get something going, Ravens. Time ticking. Temps in the back line. What an awkward situation to be in for the Ravens. There's no way they could have read any of this.
At all. I mean, Temp just finding a deep pocket of the map, and now Scraps in a 1 versus 4. It was Paul's turn last time around, and it'll be Scraps' turn to lose this one and lose the gunfight as well, and even had a little bit of a love tap coming in. Vegas probably not too happy about the way that first Mercado went.
No, not at all. So far, though, a very, very solid bounce back here in the search. Some extremely decisive rounds. Everyone certainly looking very good out there. Haven't seen the snipes come out just yet either, so you've still got a deep playbook for Paris or for Vegas Legion. Damn it, I'm on the board. Damn it. I've been doing so good. Don't chalk it, Bryce. We've got a tally going for how many times if Paris gets sent to Vegas. Damn it, I've said it twice now. Doesn't count as 2.
Bonjour.
Round 3. Damn it.
Well, that is tough, but maybe not tough for Vegas. Nades out, coordinated perfectly. Don't have a trophy, but TJ at least survives, so the coordination better on one end, but that is so many London players out, lined up, and Temp at least gets 1. Does enough damage, maybe a quick chow coming through, and Prolute, yeah, wanted the quick chow, and instead is just gonna die. Nastie, though, does get trapped, and all of that awkwardness, all of that funny business for a 2 versus 2. And if PaulEhx is popping dead silence, maybe an opportunity for a fairly quick flank.
How quick is quick? It's all relative.
Well, he popped dead silence and moved 5 feet, so yeah, I had higher expectations.
I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm just saying. Bomb going down now at A. TJ Haley, the man behind it. Clay's got a bit of coverage now. It's going to be basically it's watch either way. Hope they don't come through mid at the same time. The Ravens are slowly creeping into action. Here we go. PaulEhx on the right-hand side of the map. Scraps is going to be coming through middle in a moment. 30 seconds.
Yeah, all about the timing here for TJ. That stun's going to give the game away, actually. And yep, as soon as you stun, TJ doesn't even have to check it. Clayster could just look over his boys. So an opportunity where you accidentally give away the information of where you are. And Scrap's trying to show off a glitchy little spot, but outside of gunning 2 players instantly, literally nothing you can do. And a perfectly played 2 versus 2 coming out of Vegas. And TJ doesn't drop the ball in the final moment. Does get snaked, does get gunned, but you got the round win. Vegas are going to be up 3-0.
There you go. 3 straight rounds for Vegas. A bit more of a cerebral approach, a little bit more, you know, action-packed attacks from them. They're looking a lot stronger in Search and Destroy. Ravens, you got to be feeling great after taking that very dominant hardpoint to open things up. But for now, you're still on the struggle bus. All aboard this double-decker struggle bus for Search and Destroy. The ability to turn it round is still there, but you have to get on the board first.
I mean, technically that round 3 was closer than the first 2, so at least no 1v4s, but even in the 2v2, it's like the smallest of things that Vegas will take full advantage of, but finally a first blood by way of London. Nate coordination is there, and they've made this play call before where they show their like face at B and just go for the instant wrap out. But Clayster, he's going to see everything again. It is the exact same play, but fortunately for Vegas this time, just working a man down, and now Gracer, Or maybe it's the double bait. Maybe this is some old Moscow strats coming in as they're trying to catch these players off guard. They know that they've been spotted, so they're waiting to punish these players on mistake. Number 3 is getting hunted. They spotted TJ. And look at the oscillation on the map. Ravens playing mind games.
Here they come from Moscow the way to Mikado. Prelude, here's it. Gets gunned, seems fast out of the gates. The Ravens get themselves their first round here in the search.
That's beautiful as well. I mean, simple stuff. Not the craziest of play calls, but doing it incredibly well towards the end. I think last time they knew that Clayster, again with the Vaznev, spotted them on the cross and were more prepared to go back over towards Tin. So they just hit him with the double fake out. Wait for those players on Vegas to overcommit, because obviously if you're in a 3v4, you have some information to work with. You're going to try to make a play. So they're just able to isolate the player, trying to make the play on the flank in TJ and at least get one round through.
Heads up. Trophies there going to help everyone out. Ravens have not been hit by any of this yet. So for now, they've got full strength going into the fight. It is going to be a 3v3 on the inside of the bomb site. My good God, madness. Here's a finish ringing. Here comes the last stun check. And Temps managed to hold on to his Semtex. They might be very helpful indeed in clearing this top floor. And that is where the Ravens are.
I was going to say, no one's going to be prepared for a seam up here, but prepared or not, TJ wins the gunfight. But technically a trade does come through. Scraps finds the pick on Prelude. So still 3 versus 3. And a normal, stable round, 50 seconds, plenty of time. But Scraps, by the way, on a 5. He is looking for that cruise.
Successfully broke the kill record in a hard point at 11. Now he's looking good in search. That's number 6. Temp's got the guns up, waiting for him to hit the peak. Will he go for it? Shoulders thrown. Definitely got spotted out. To straight out 1v1. 25 seconds on the clock. Tags are in. Clay makes it now a 2v2. Scraps is holding this one down, though. What resolve? Temp's got to make a play. He does. He gets the win. That's big. Over to Paul. Gets gunned as well. Vegas squeaky clean.
Yeah, and a smirk on Clay's face as well, because he finds that first pick on Nastie just to turn it into a 2v2. And, I mean, there is no time left on the clock, essentially. 20 seconds left in that moment. Not really a moment for Vegas to try to get the bomb plant down, but they just collapse. London not able to make the play. No repositioning coming through. They stuck to the game plan through and through, and Vegas just able to pick them apart. So even in some of these close rounds, Vegas is just one step ahead.
One step ahead has got them to 4-1 so far. How far can they go? Or will the Ravens be able to hit a bounce back? Clay pops up towards top 10, got himself a bit of space to work with. Definitely made a lot of noise.
Oh, look at this guy. Okay, sure.
Definitely made a lot of noise, though. But for now, this spot.
Well, number 6, by the way, though, ignore the spot. This spot doesn't matter. Number 6 on the flank, Nastie, just got through for free. He's going to have at least one free kill in his lap. And the question is, what does he do after it? Well, there's the first one, ready for the next gunfight, and he can just be isolated. I think maybe Clayster is going to be responsible for hunting him down, but Nastie's making the read.
Oh, making the read's one thing, winning the gunfight is another. Ravens. They may have been a step behind, but that time they changed the moves altogether. Nastie, great work there. Somehow managing to slip the net, picks himself up 2 round winners. Here's Paul with a snipe right off the rip.
And you see Paul was 0-4, so he was sitting on the donut, wants to switch things up, so pull out the sniper and see if you can get the freebie, and middle map control is always useful, and by the way, that's effectively how Nastie was able to get through towards the end. A couple things get left open on the map. Vegas trying to be a little bit cheeky with the spots, but they find the opening, find that extra round, and at least when London get the first bloods, they've been in a solid spot. We'll see if the nades connect with a kill, but instead it's just for damage. And TJ, that is so many stuns coming through. I'm thinking about a quick chow. He's going to go for it. You got trades back and forth. Looks like it was actually 10th it falls. Clayster, though, was able to find the picks towards the middle cantina, and again, London just get bullied off this A site.
Yeah. Ooh, can Clay be seen from there? Definitely from that angle. Nastie lines him up again. They go for another 1v1 this time, a little bit more even. PaulEhx has managed to find himself timing on this. He's in. Big kill. Fast attack. Now, Denny gets reset. It's a second from Paul. Absolutely brutal attack here. Might be able to catch one more out. TJ with dead silence of his own, looking to make it a 1v1. Bombs in his hand, and he's gone. There was a couple of shots rung out. This is a absolute nail-biter of a 1v1.
And I think TJ might be playing with it. Waiting for the rotation, catches him out and guns him down. Difficult shots with the vast nev, but TJ delivers, and PaulEhx right there, maybe a little bit too hot for his heels. Just gets caught on the rotation, and a hell of a play from TJ to clutch that 1v2. And we mentioned the clutches at the start of this S&D. One of the main factors why Vegas has been so good in Search and Destroy is when they have an advantage in the round, they execute almost perfectly. When the rounds are close in these 2v2 nail-biter situations with 20 seconds on the clock, Vegas make the good plays. And when they're in a bad spot, when TJ's in a 1v2 situation, they clutch those as well.
Great clutch. Not a soul to be found towards the A-bomb site. Clay's got a snipe looking towards mid. MCPR in hand, and there's a lot of noise, and there's not a lot going on in the smoke. Oh, no, misses a sit-ring against Paul. That would have been ideal. Scraps for the first blood. Massive change here as the Ravens have gone over towards B, and no one from Vegas has been found too wanting. Now, TJ still, oh my good God, finds himself a second in that spot. A seemingly impossible gunfight, TJ Halley somehow brings to life 2v2.
Yeah, 2v4 to 2v2 in a matter of a half second. TJ continually making these plays in S&D, and the bomb plant not even entirely being given up for free. ProLoot maybe didn't quite have the angle, so it will go down, but ProLoot and TJ working together. Dead silence popped.
Another dirty pop to play here for T. He's going to be able to check every single possible avenue now. He's got eyes on a seam. That could be the round. That should be it. Can Paul now win the 1v2 to keep his team alive here on Mercado? I'm not sure if he was spotted there. He's dived. He's trying to make something happen. Can he get it? It's a 1v1 now. Tej, where is he? Done this. Ah! Where's the... No! What's going on? 20 seconds.
No! Oh my God.
Paul! What was that? He threw himself off of the map. What? There he is. No! Paul, you had it. And they're all laughing at you would be. You'd be giggling as well. Tej didn't have to clutch. That is so unfortunate for Paul. He made a great dive, a sweet play to force the 1v1. But my good God, not like this.
I mean, look, that is a map that it is almost difficult to die by falling off of, and you expect Clayster to be the one that finds a way to fall off the map, but maybe the spirit of his own corpse lives on through PaulEhx, because that was not it. As soon as he made it over the wall, I was like, I'm 90% certain you cannot make it back at all unless you have some crazy hop. So, yeah, not the best game from Paul there. I mean, he started to turn things around, started to make some plays, but I think as soon as TJ clutches up in that 1 versus 2, that sort of seals the deal in the game, because instead of it being a much tighter one, another just fairly dominant search win out of Vegas Legion.
Very strong out of Vegas. Again, looking back at that moment, I mean...
Poor guy. Poor guy.
I rewatched it. I've got the Twitch stream open on the right side. I rewatched it back, and I'm telling you what, man, I don't know if he could recreate that moment if he tried. That was wildly unfortunate. Paul knows, bro. That was something. Hey, it was a good set either way though, right? A lot of fun. 1-1 in the series now. Mercado side of the series now comes to a close. We're going to be playing Hotel Control on the other side of this break. Don't go too far, and whatever you do, don't jump off the map.
Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. Las Vegas Legion going up against the London Royal Ravens. We're tied up 1-1 in the series, and now it's time for a little look back at our Scuff Player of the Game chance now. It's TJ Haley, and I think it's technically an ace.
Yeah, I mean, look, a 2v4 that, again, he evens up the odds to a 2v2 almost instantly, and then technically the ace is the correct one. He hears a seam there for the freebie, but then PaulEhx, I think he breaks like 3 different laws of physics, because he like bounced off the side of the window to sort of fling him off the side, and I agree with you, Miles. I don't think you could recreate that, or that would take some effort. And I know Clayster is just saying, oh yeah, first time? Yeah, we've all been there.
There,
That's, them's the bricks.
Paul couldn't do that again if he tried. And like the fact that his reaction was so sort of, he had such a sort of jovial reaction to it, because it really was unbelievable. Like there's no way he could have done it. The rest of his teammates obviously devastated, but great run either way from Vegas. Good work out of Tej. We'll give him the ace. Why not? It was, he couldn't have done it without a little help from Paul. Wild though to conclude the series, or conclude the search and story at the very least. 6-2 finish there. Over now to Hotel we go for something entirely different, ladies and gents. Ravens versus Legion. Here we go to the Breenberg, and we're checking in at either A or B.
And, you know, a 2-4 record on this map for the side of Vegas, a 2-5 record for the side of the Ravens. But funnily enough, like you see their KD on it, a 1.07 on defense. That's towards the top of the league. That's pretty elite, but still a negative round win percentage record. So this is a situation where London, they're finding the kills. Like they're putting themselves in good spots, just unable to close out a good chunk of the rounds on defense. So I'm just going to make the argument the potential is there, and especially against a team in Vegas who is not good at control. Well, really the potential is there for both of these teams.
Well, here we go after an explosive start towards B in Vegas. That's where they've posted up. They're having a great time so far. Can Nastie cook a sweet frag? It hit
yes, he can.
Right in the face. And it bounced way off and didn't kill him. So unbelievably unlucky from Nastie as the seemingly impossible series of events for the Ravens continue. But can Nastie, Jesus, son, not only did he put about 9 in the backside of Clayster there, but he almost snapped onto the next. You've still got pressure on towards B. Ah, dear God. Clay still getting it done. The second segment on its way out. Reinforcements are here. TJ not going to cut out anyone. A will stay safe.
And we would get to see how good the homework for London has been on defending the A zone. A couple teams, New York Subliners, Toronto Ultra, they've been hyper successful of defending the A zone after B gets captured. It's not an easy thing to do, but the best teams in the game, they absolutely can make it work. So London's attempt on that category, and obviously Vegas trying to get that slow approach, try to find these moments to break. Not easy to do.
26 lives for Vegas to attack this point. Just under 2 minutes to go. We're there. Prelude now opens the back line up. Couple of kills. One more remaining on point. That's going to be a seam. If you stay alive, got to do what he can. TJ's looking for him on the hunt. Gets it. Cuts him down with a couple of shots there from the Vaz. Now straight onto the zone we go. Here comes the capture. Oh, 3-man stack. This round is done. There's no way. Surely not. The Ravens can't mount an attack here to get themselves on this one. There's a pit of snakes. All these bloody snakes. Get in there. Get the guns up. Oh, and his trays back and forth. You've got him off it. Clay shows up a little late. He doesn't manage to get involved in the fight, and it's not over yet.
Yeah, and Clay's trying to take his time, slow the push down, and keep those players at bay. So he's trying to be the frontline man for the squad, and the reads are good, but unfortunately on L triggers at the worst possible time. So now a 3v4 for his teammates, all trying to work through the front.
Wind up for another go here on A. Single segment's all that left. 20 lives now for Vegas. Here we go. I think you saw him. Doesn't make a wheel of difference as TJ 1 HP cut down finally. The remaining 2 members of Vegas, it's going to be still alive on the play here. It's 10 from ProLoot. Big win out of ProLoot. Now onto the point. Here we go. Slow and steady capture. He's almost doing it alone. Now he's flying totally solo. And now he's done. Another good hold out the Ravens.
That's a tough gunfight win from Nastie as well, because Nastie didn't have anything to snake on, but what he does have is the potential cruise missile in the back pocket. He's on a 5 spree, and as long as you're pushed up in a kitchen, you're feeling a little bit more comfortable about your odds of clutching this up on defense. And Paul making the play as well through mid. Should be able to find number 2, takes down Clay, and I think now all focus is towards the back. It's the double flanks coming through, getting dealt with. And hey, we were thinking about the Nastie cruise missile. How about the Paul cruise missile? And there's it for Nastie as well. So double streaked up and ready to go.
I can't believe it. There's a couple of streaks ready to go for the Ravens, and now you've got 20 seconds remaining in the round. 10 lives left for Vegas now to keep going here, but they've got to get themselves through the middle of the map. There's plenty of Ravens players there. Scraps and a seam flying forward. No fear whatsoever. Final 10 should be the round. And after a valiant open there from Vegas, they just could not quite get the foothold in on A they needed.
I'd say right there for London, have to give them a solid, what, B+ for the homework on defending the A zone. I know initially it got broken down instantly, and Vegas had an opportunity, and they got the 2 ticks on board, but at least the swarm after the fact was efficient, and after they got the second sort of setup around the point, they never looked back. Nastie goes on a 6 or maybe more spree. PaulEhx does the exact same thing, so double cruises in the back pocket, which admittedly on this map, not the most impactful thing in the world, but certainly a good sign as the respawns for London. They've absolutely been slaying.
Keep the slaying going into round 2 now. Vegas on defense. They're going to be holding down both A and B. It's over to the Ravens now to try to punch their way through these zones and maybe even kill 30 members of the Vegas Legion win the round as well. Heavy stack over towards B now for Vegas. Looking at the opening break. A little bit unfortunate of the team fire there. Nastie says, sorry, bro, I'm on a 7. It doesn't count towards the 8. Oh, Clay! He did actually potentially get stuff there, but the trophy saved him as magic. Absolute magic. He's still keeping this gunfight going, though, over towards the zone.
And Nastie really taking his time. I think London are trying to force this B zone capture through, and this has been a decent bit of time without stopping the clock, but if you can win the gunfights, there's the opportunity instead. This has been 40 seconds that have gone by and only 4 deaths apiece for either team, so London are taking their time. They don't have a lot of time to play with.
40 seconds, that's exactly how much time they've got. We're still waiting to get on it. Big wins. You got an open field to play with right now. TJ, the last man, just roaming around looking a little sneaky, but for now I think we're going to be going over towards A, and that's going to be a big one out of Paul. He's got to win a gunfight. Damn, Temp with 3 in the feed. That is it. The dreams of hitting A are getting even more real. We're about to wake up. 20 seconds. Nastie doing what he can. Backline cleaned up. Now you get on A. You better hurry up, boys. It's going to take a minute for Vegas to get across the map, but for now you need to do what you can to get them segments and hopefully get the full thing.
I mean, that might be the longest time it's ever taken a team to actually set foot on the hill. There's like a minute and 15 seconds before a single toe is dipped on the point. So strange stuff, but that A zone does get captured incredibly quickly. So at least when you touch it, you grab it. That's all London were really asking for. And while they do get picked apart after the fact and stuck back in their spawn, I mean, hey, if all they need is that one open door, that one opening moment to capture a zone, they now have a minute to set that up at B.
Trades nearly done. Pro Luke still behind enemy lines. And all this is doing is slowing down the Ravens. Great work. Feeding information, getting tags in, slowing them down. 50 seconds now to go. Over towards B, but again, it is Fortress Legion. Not letting anyone get through. Scraps finally gets a bit of an opening, and Nastie gets an opening out towards the street side. He should be dead after that one. Oh, big win. Nastie stays alive. Okay. Closer and closer you get now for the Ravens.
I think, what, maybe 2 or 3 players through mid, or someone's going top bedroom. TJ trying to cut him down along the way, and him and Clayster able to deliver. They know that Nastie is behind enemy lines, and they know the next person's in top bedroom, and that's why Clayster able to take it slow, but he gets caught in London. Now the front door is wide open. They can get to this B zone.
Oh, damn. Nastie with the hops. Right onto the point we go. This is a 3-man stack. TJ invests the streak. Is there going to be a trophy system in place on the point? I hope so. He's going to bend it. Not quite like Beckham. Is there a trophy? Now TJ wipes the board clean. A perfect use of the streak. Oh my god. Well, at the very least, you got 2 segments, so good stuff. Last 10 seconds. It does look like we're going to get a player on it. It's Scraps. Temp's trying to slow down the reinforcements in mid. Over to Scraps now, trying to stay alive. There's a trophy. Better late than never. And the time is nice. Can they finish the capture on the zone? Vegas got a dive onto it, and no. 2-0. They're in control.
That is just, yeah, I'd be getting hyped too if I'm on London. Asim let him know, Nasty smile on his face, and even Straps was the sole man on the point behind the box, but Vegas just, the difference in Vegas between like Search and Destroy and the respawns is starting to become just ungodly. Of just like some of the situations they put themselves in and the execution, and Search and Destroy flawless. And that right there is maybe like a 10-life lead they just had on control. You get a double kill with the cruise missile on the point where ordinarily trophies just shut them down, so they have good things going their way and just cannot convert. And even in the slaying category right now, Clayster and Pro Loot both double negative. London happy to be slaying on Hotel.
slow things down now for the Ravens. Close them out here, get that clean 3-0, take that momentum roll with the HyDra coming up after this one, but for now, it's Operation Damage Control. You are slowly but surely getting choked out towards A. The first segment taken care of. Good work there in the perfume shop. Things are getting a little stinky for the Ravens. They cannot get themselves close to this point. Vegas doing a wonderful work. Wonderful job taking care of A. Second segment gone. They're going to be able to get this one clean. Now, can they get over to B? That's the question.
Well, London are like double flanking this as well, so they've sort of got all these players on Vegas trapped in the hill, and they're looking to at least like ramp up the slang. If they can just outright stop the point, and they have, A's zone not secured. Temp now the last man in line for Vegas. He gets dealt with. You try to go over to B if you're Vegas. Well, players for London are nearby, so Ravens handling the map pretty well so far, but a lot of pressure on Paul, a lot of pressure on Nastie.
Pressure's on, they win it. Both Paul and Nastie get their respective kills. Temp staying alive, keeping top bedroom sweet. Here come the reinforcements. You're draining the segment A as well, so good work out the Ravens, man. They're holding this whole map down. Very good objective play so far in control. Here comes the Paul v Temp 1v1. Big win out of Paul again.
And it's still Nastie, though, the guy that's top bedroom. So Vegas are trying to like play this slow, but Nastie and Paul over around this site have just been menaces on the map. And Vegas have been able to, or unable rather, to find an opening. TJ finally delivers, and his teammates able to get the kills. And just like that, the dam has been broken. B zone is going to get secured, as that is a 4-man stack on the point. So it's like a lot of effort to make it happen. Vegas do convert, but the exact same situation as what we saw in the first round, where London, they just want to hold on to A. Biggest difference, though, Vegas already have 2 ticks.
Yeah, 2 ticks. And one of the cruise missiles was invested there, and sadly, the trophy system, I mean, God only knows why, but it absolutely destroyed it. So now you're safe. Now pressure on towards A. This is what Vegas couldn't do in the first attacking round they had. They could not get that final segment on A. This is it. The test. Have we learnt from our mistakes? Have we found the code? Can we crack it? Let's get it going. DJ trying to be the man to pop on the inside. Stun's going to slow him down. Nades there as well. The whole team is on the lineup here. It does look like Nastie might be going for the play. 1 man down for the Ravens. Here comes 2. They're starting to drop like flies. The third, though, is Seam. He goes out swinging. Slowing everybody down.
Oh, my God.
I can't believe it. My God. What a win on the second. It's 3 in the feed. 40 seconds to go, and the man's about to pop a knee with these snakes.
Oh, and he knows, too. He read Clayster, and his team just straight up made the play. Vegas just needed to play it like a round of search and get some trades, and instead they couldn't kill Asim, and Asim brought them all to hell. 15 versus 9. You still only need 1 tick, but London right back in firm control of the map.
A warrior, 20 seconds to go. Scraps now finding a corner. Paul's got the inside covered. There's 1 more to be had. Okay, you've got a little bit of space to go. 10 seconds. Now time to fly, Vegas. Let it go. All chips are in. There's no going back now. Try to get on the point. There it is. Clay's the man. He's got himself in. I think the streaks might be out as well. Here it comes. Can we find a little opening? Trophy system stops it. It's just hysterical. In with the point we go. Paul from the hip. Hill back. Knife! Oh, it's what? 4.9 seconds, and it's done. They capture the point somehow. What a ridiculous round of control.
Yeah, and I can't believe Clayster is laughing, because I would be stressing out. They should have had it won. Literally, if the team doesn't pop the 3-piece and then get Clayster towards the end, if they just trade him out, which they should have, because TJ tagged him up and had a 1-shot, and Asim somehow just guns 2. But even with that, you get rid of an extra cruise missile, you stay alive, and you get the round dub. So Vegas certainly have some fight in them, and I don't know. That's just... these rounds are ridiculous. That's all I got. I feel like Vegas have been in such good positions in so many of them, and London have just ran them over. But game's still not over. London back to the attack, and again, the slow work on this B zone is the play call from the Ravens.
Shots out of Paul, start the round off for the Ravens. On towards B, he will now go. Heavy tags, though. He's not in a great spot. Yeah, basically doing it all alone. Does have his teammates covering him from top bedside and bottom bed here from Nastie. So you got map control for the Ravens. Keeping them kills going your way, and who knows, this could turn around in a moment. But for here, damage control for Vegas. Don't let him out. There, oh my God, Scraps hits the high line. Woo! Sweet hops and Matty Marshall stays alive. Onto the point, we're now going to hit it, and that's another big kill. Trophies now in play for the Ravens. As seen the last man up on this side of the map before the rest of the squad get it going. And chance, Ravens, even in the kills department, can they get the capture on B?
And all of that slow play from the Ravens, and by the way, they're doing that with a bunch of extra attack 56s on the map. They're just waiting for Vegas to overcommit and make mistakes. They're waiting for guys like TJ to go and flank and trying to execute and punish them for their mistakes, and Skrapz has absolutely been doing that, but all of his teammates fall. He's just here to try to pick up the scrap and at least takes one in the grave with him, but decent bit of effort. You get 2 ticks over towards on that B zone, so Ravens down a pretty strong spot, and especially when the slang continues to be going their way.
Nastie barely even had the regen complete, and he finds himself another kill there. So 2 spree for him now, plenty of space to go. And he is trying to cut his way through Vegas. Can't get it done though. 35 seconds remaining on the clock. Pause as we complete the capture on B. This should be done. Paul could stop this. Paul could save it. Got to get involved fast and all. Clay wins a big one up close. That keeps his own safe for a moment. Nastie's right off spawn, right into it. Should be able to close this out. B is done. A, all it remains.
And you also have players like Skrapz that are already putting the pressure over towards New, but unfortunately can't win the gunfight, and that'll be the door open for Vegas to get the setup that they were looking for. 2 players push over towards Kitchen, 2 players on the flank, but the players on the flank are falling. Temp able to win his ones, but he's going to be stuck in a pinch, so Temp is going to fall as well. So now it's 2 players for Vegas. Again, the guys around Kitchen area are going to be dealing with maybe 3 bodies of the Ravens.
One of the bodies is on the floor already. That's Paul laying him prone, waiting for this one. First segment on its way out. Here comes a very, very slow pinch from Clay. He's going to play this well. Timing. Oh, God. No, that's bad news. That's even worse. The second player goes down as Paul somehow stays alive. 1v2 situation here. Any more kills out of Paul? And this is ridiculous. No. Temp ends the shenanigans. 10 lives left for Vegas, 9 for the Ravens.
And this is like, oh, maybe not likely, but a good chance this just ends on live. So every kill is going to matter. You can take things a little slow if you're London, but you have to make sure your trades are on point. 3 players through mid, maybe quite a few going to be working that flank.
And we're in. Ravens can't take care of Prolu. Awkward timing there on the hit from the C. Less than 30 to go now. You've still got numbers for London. But Prolu is absolutely ringing the necks. There's no way you can keep this one going now. It all comes down to Paul. He's dead as well. So surely now the round should be closed out. This should be enough. Prolu has gone on a whirlwind tour of the Greenberg Hotel and killed everyone in his way. The final few seconds, you might be able to get this one. Here comes Paul. Spawn, they're in. 5.5. Can Prolu continue the play? He's doing it real sneaky like Daddy's popped. His teammates are winning gunfights as well. Oh, it's a big one. That should be it done. Wait, can Skrapz get in? He does. 2.8. What are we watching, Chance? This is a 2-man stack.
And it's only TJ that's going to be nearby. And TJ, you got to fly. You're going to have to do it yourself. You're going to have to go for the solo challenge. He's trying to flank. I don't think you have time. And they just both get picked apart in the final moments. And again, London, from the depths of hell, in a situation that it feels like they have no right to win, they find a way. They get to the point, they snake their heads off, and they find the kills in the final moments. And again, 2 teams, the bottom of the barrel, in control, an opportunity for a little bit of joy, a little bit of happiness, and London will have the smiles on their face.
Wow, the control problems continue for Vegas Legion, and for now, man, I mean, it was a huge amount of work put in from everyone. It seems final spree there in, what, the 3rd round? Absolutely disgusting. Greenberg Hotel control done. 3-1 the Ravens. Here are the highlights, mostly from the London POV.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I just even look into the stats. I think Clayster is rocking about a 0.5 in the respawns, both on the Mercado and here. So he has been struggling, but even just for like the clutch situations, it's just, I mean, quite literally these final moments, like so many times Vegas are like doing the right things, putting themselves in strong spots. But whether it be London being down on 10 lives, making the comeback, whether it be you're getting like 2-piece by a cruise missile and just having that one extra frontline player in Skrapz staying alive with like 4 seconds left on the clock, just long enough for the teammates to come in the back. It's just all these nail biter situations, at least so far this series, and the respawns, London have just converted.
Conversions are essential. A team that has struggled so much in closing out series are really keeping things close. Now the Ravens looking to do that little bit better. And wicked work there from Paul. These final few kills help secure that final segment, the first one, and then to get things going on the second. Trade fiesta there in the restaurant. What a crazy finish as well. Ravens, GG's to them to take care of the control. They take the lead here in the series now, 2-1. Oh, no. These faces are heartbreaking, man. These ones, not so much.
I mean, again, it's so drastic of like the difference in ice capabilities for this Vegas team, where in S&D, there's almost never a situation where I'm counting them out 1v2, 1v3. You could throw a player in a 1v4, and if there's enough time on the clock, I'm like, hey, you never know what this guy can do. And then in Respawn, there's just like no faith and no trust. Because again, for the most part, Vegas, like, they play the respawns well. They put themselves in good situations. They just don't convert. The number of like 15, 20-point hardpoint games that they have had that they have lost, they've been racking those up like crazy. The number of rounds, I mean, like 3 of the round losses they had in that control, they could have won all 3 of them. They set themselves up. They just cannot execute. And Respawn continuously going to be thorn in their side. And, well, Respawn is exactly where we go. We're on a map like HyDra. Last time we saw like Vegas play on this map against Boston, they were in a good spot. They had the advantage, and then Boston just like dominated on the final 2 hills of the map, and they tossed the lead away. So, I mean, we'll see. We will prepare for a nail-biter finish, because when Vegas plays, apparently that's the way it's going to go.
Find out. LCLO Search and Destroy Game 5. We've got to go all the way, and we may just do that here in the series. Who knows what kind of Vegas we're going to get. A roll of the dice going on a HyDra now. Because the Ravens got to be feeling very comfortable, very excited indeed. Can they turn that excitement into focus? What? Go on.
And I just got to say, keep in mind, when we say like feel comfortable, feel excited, if you're London, you are terrified of the prospect of seeing a map 5. So like this very much feels like a map 4 almost to decide this series, because we trust Vegas in the game 5s. I think London now have lost like 7 of their last 9 like search and destroys. So it's basically the setup. I feel like when you're playing against Vegas, of you're just trying to avoid either the nest low or just you can't afford to ever lose a respawn. As long as you win the respawns against Vegas, you're going to be fine. But the prospect of a map 5 is still terrifying.
Oh yeah. Not over yet. Now for Vegas, you've had some very interesting moments in the series already. Some unforgettable plays from Paul that obviously Vegas, I mean, they most likely had the search regardless, but can they find something special here on HyDra? What kind of wild shenanigans chance are we all about to witness as COD fans on a map with this much water?
I mean, a lot of swimming to be sure, and I think the 2 players I'm looking at, not to swim necessarily, but just in terms of like the slang. I'm looking at Clayster on one side. Again, I think he's rocking roughly a 0.5, 0.6 in the respawns in this series so far, so he has struggled. And on the flip side, Scraps. I mean, both, like, I think Scraps has been like fine since we've seen him on the introduction. Not quite a main slayer, nothing crazy, but he's always roughly around like a 1.0. Now he's balling out. Now he is having a phenomenal time. 2 KD in the first hardpoint. Again, he went and tied and or, you know, broke the record for longest spree we've seen this year in hardpoint at 11. And in the control, he was doing the exact same thing. So I think it's a main AR battle. Scraps and Clay, that's who the attention's on.
Scraps and Clay. Now on that, as we now get ourselves into HyDra. Sweet sky cam action there from the entire team. Shout out the Hot Hands Lounge. In the hardcore we go. Pistols, though. That was the battle. The opening fight actually took place underwater. First bloods, you don't always expect to see it, but Vegas now, we've seen these guys hit some incredible comebacks on this map. Can Maddie Marshall now emerge from the depths, spring to life?
Well, finds at least a freebie in this moment in Vegas. I was going to say those arrows need to turn, but where number 2, Clayster actually turns and runs back. I think Asim just found the open lane. So what a play right there, actually, from Straps and Asim, and the spawn split as well. That was beautiful on the minimap and worth breaking down for sure. I'm telling you, Straps made some noise. Asim finds the open lane, and obviously Vegas do have the lead, but at least for the rotation, London have set themselves up for a decent bit of success.
Great success going into P2 now. 28 seconds was the lead that Vegas managed to garner from P1. Now looking at both flanks they're trying to pinch open. ProLuke, good work there on the inside of Dome. Now rolling forward. Nastie's the man on the point. Holding it down solo. Gets himself the first. No trophies to be found. You can hit those nades ringing out over the top side. But kills, though, for the Ravens chance. They're keeping it all going, keeping it close as they like, and still finding the time.
Yeah, I think Nastie, though, a little bit scared. I think the trophies are certainly surrounding him, and a teammate to start things off is going to be an open door. And if Scraps, if you're going to kill your teammate, you better deliver and kill everybody else. Your man to watch for a reason. In Scraps, he picks up a 3, and I mean, just sets up Nastie for the freebie towards the end. So a perfect hold so far. As again, Scraps has been on point this series.
Slay it. Seems going for a swim. Temp's not going to spot him out. Seems going to get round the back. Actually, maybe not. We'll see how this looks. Oh, this is awkward. Ah, that's awkward. Get him, Asim. Chase him down.
Oh, no.
Got a knife? What's he got? It's an awkward fight.
Oh, God, I hate it.
Pistol, baby. That's what I'm talking about. You got to come prepared on HyDra. There you go.
I believe the second pistol kill we've seen. I think Scraps had a pistol kill in the water earlier on as well. So preparation is key. Gunny is key. How do you win that gunfight and at least partially get those back spawns that Clayster didn't actually end up blocking, but he does read it? So a lot of these London players are going to be all over the map. And if Clayster reads the back spawns on this end, they actually read the sort of pushed out spawns as well. Prelude hasn't turned around just yet. And London have the full pinch on this hill.
Full pinch. Wow. Tim's got one of the flanks covered. That's it. Clean sweep all members of Vegas Legion down. Hardpoint London.
And look at that mini-map, too. Number 2, Clayster just fought PaulEhx on the far right side of the map, where Vegas players are spawning on the far left. So this is London, again, effectively able to handle the rotation game. Again, PaulEhx just wins a massive gunfight to get his teammates spawned up, at least 3 of them, because now Asim is going to be gifted a potential flank as well.
So many gifts on HyDra. The gift, it just keeps on giving. Asim once again. Quick bit of a dip, quick bit of a swim. He's not trying to cool himself off. He's trying to get himself into the fight as fast and safely as possible. Nastie doing what he can there from the inside of Ruins. Good shots there with the Vaznev. Open hard point for now. Vegas has still got control of the spawns. And Nastie finds something here on the back end towards Temp, who's also taking a bit of a dip, trying to lock down this side of the map. Nastie goes for a bit of free climbing there, gets himself taken care of, and we are slowly but surely chance looking at a Vegas Legion lead change.
Yeah, PaulEhx, though, at least looking to kill a couple of these players towards the back end. It's not actually the case. And, you know, we call it a gift spawn for Asim to potentially be on the pinch, but it's really just awkward more than a gift of, like, you have to be on point with keeping track of players, because Vegas effectively just leave Asim in the dust and go and break those back spawns to actually get control of the hill. So sometimes it's a gift, sometimes it punishes you. And, well, if you talk about the rotation game right now, Vegas worried about being punished as London set up full control on the rotation once again.
So far, so good for the London Royal Ravens. Now Vegas on the approach, trying to get themselves back into this game, trying to get the lead. Let's go for a listen in. Las Vegas Legion.
Flowers, Flowers rock, looking road. Flowers rock, looking road. Top and ruin. Flowers rock, one left. Got him. Soldier done. Me 2 on time. Challenge. One shot. One shot. Spawning trail on you after that. Runs. Fight to get in hill. Nice, baby. I'm on here. Window. I need window. I got him in the back. 3. Missing Missing. Have your broken. Scraps first guy. I'm just spawning the back dome. Did they? He's in broken. Go mid. Nasty.
What's the way?
Going to the right here.
Pop it in.
I'll play red slow.
You ain't found the guy broken for me.
Choice words. A little bit Larry. For those using subtitles, I would have been fascinated to have heard what that sounded like. So here we go. Ravens in control of P1 for now. Scraps going to clean these players up. Teach does absolutely nothing from the hop up there, sadly. And Temp doing everything he possibly can to fly forward. Here comes the hit though on the hard point. Up close and personal. Prolute's in. Able to get too much out of this? Yeah, behind enemy lines. You can see a barrel or two, but Nasty. Great coverage from up top. Temp now trying to get back into the mix. Good timing here. The tack up close does get it done. There's a full set of kills. Ravens on the back foot.
Yeah, I feel like TJ has a lot of those awkward moments with the water gun fight, so he's not always quite well prepared for it, and you got to be prepared for the potential rotation coming through. Asim is trying to make the exact same play once again. You had number for Prelude there to take him down, so maybe for the first time in a long time, Vegas is actually truly set up on a rotation. They have control of the map. We're going towards a money hill and an opportunity for them to try to take this lead and run it up as much as possible.
Here we go. Lead change. Vegas finally now have the hard point in their hands. P2 rotation's absolutely perfect. Can they identify the attack though from where the Ravens are coming from? Here we go. 2 members through ruins, 2 right through mid. ProLute's guns facing the wrong way for now, but in a moment, the battle will be on his doorstep. TJ trying to help out, can't get it done. There's the trades. Ravens in the back line though. Do they have spawns there? No, spawns are bloody all over the place. This is going to get awkward.
Yeah, that is a parallel and a half, except the back spawn's just now come through, and ProLute has not read this at all. And maybe in the final moments he's going to turn, but he opens up the door to death, and aBeZy is the one that's there to kill him and take him down. And now the foot race potentially for the new spawns as well. I can't tell. I think Nastie's in the water, but London are just going to spawn on the left side of the map because Nastie wins the gunfight down low. So you have an interesting break where it's not quite the full 60. Vegas do build up a little bit of a lead, but obviously when you're going over towards new, London have the setup. Number 5 should be blocking those spawns on the far left side as well. aSeem's got the mid-map cutoffs as well. London's turn to try to get that lead back in their hands.
Trying to set up, but it's not easy when Naves have hit every single possible window now. Nastie's backed on up, has to lose the power position, and Vegas are in, baby. They're breaking and entering through not only the top but the bottom side as well. Scraps in an impossible gunfight. Nice angles found there from Vegas on the point again. ProLute, trades are there. Nastie now back on spawn, straight into the mix indeed, and it is non-stop action on the point. It is furious, and the Ravens have come out on top.
Yeah, Nastie's been snappy so far this series as well. A couple nice gunfights go his way, and right now, if you're Vegas, I think you try to cut your losses, get these players off the time if you can, and TJ and ProLute absolutely deliver. They pick up 3 and strip away an extra few seconds. As you can already see on the minimap, Clayster getting set up on rotation. Him and TJ will be the first ones there, so decent job by London. Get a little bit of time, but Vegas at least maintain that lead. But we already talked about HyDra. We already talked about Vegas. We know it's going to be a nail-biter, effectively close to tied up going into new.
Scraps, smooth read on a Clayster there. Got a little bit too ambitious on the push forward now. A very close hard point still. Here comes Scraps on the approach. Nice work.
Oh, that's so easy.
Have absolutely bodied them on the back line of the hard point. It's all theirs. Here comes the lead change again.
And that's just unreal. I mean, you get fully set up on that rotation, and Vegas just like, what, don't win a single gunfight and get broken in the first 10 seconds of it. So what could have been easy now is going to be that much more difficult. Now you're going to have to fly at this hill and try to stop them from collecting these final 30 seconds. As London absolutely going to have a decent little lead as this game continues, and Paul inside the hill in his happy place. The teammates have the coverage. It's only a nade that can slow them down, but it'll be about a 30-35 second lead going into new. And by the way, look at where PaulEhx just spawned. A little bit of hide and seek action until this hill pops.
Yeah, we are over 200 points now for the Ravens, and this is match point for them. Oh, baby. Hard points up in a moment, and TJ's going to be the man there to get it. He does for the big fight. Stays alive. Pressure now on the Ravens going to try to pinch in, and they do. Great work out of London. The teamwork is flowing. 210 and climbing. This is the final moments for Vegas.
And it really does feel like GG to me, because you're going to have to run just straight through the front side of the map, and PaulEhx reading everything. Clayster maybe finds a small opening for his teammates to get nearby, but your trades still have to be on point, and Scraps does get traded out. Temp is there for the next kill, but you got Nastie just waiting in the wings, picks up the big 2 and trying to shut the door in their face.
Here we go. There's plenty of damn doors on this map, and these boys are talking about closing them. Here we go. Final few moments. Vegas, get it going. Ball's got a door covered. Quick contest. TJ can't win a fight. Oh my God! Over top, and his fire is Plumridge. He can't get the 3rd, but there's Temp in. The time's still going. Final 10. It's got to be over now. Surely. Referee, blow the whistle. It's nearly done. Can aSeem win the fight? No, it's a few seconds. The rotations are on. The hard point not quite over yet.
Well, if we're looking at that rotation, PaulEhx here, he does get taken down, and Vegas in control for the moment, but it's not just this hill, it's the next one. Vegas have to go 2 for 2 to try to get this comeback win, and that is not the start that you wanted to have. A couple players fall in the feed, dive bomb towards the point. It's TJ that has to go massive to keep his team alive, and he's going to fall, and more importantly, you've lost those spawns as well. London should be a cakewalk from here.
And they're in! Can't stop it. It's over. It's done. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, the Ravens have walked away with a 3-1 over Las Vegas Legion, and all of the pick'ems are chalked.
And it is just the anti-respawn team Vegas just one of those squads that they'll even make London look elite and make some players like Skrapz, who, again, he's been fine since his introduction, but this series looked like an absolute god. I mean, his hardpoint KD, he just probably threw up a 1.7, 1.8 overall. Even in this one, 29 and 17, led the lobby in damage, 22 non-traded. I mean, everything you could possibly want. And exactly what we saw in the first hardpoint. Like, a theme for London is Asim has been their superstar. Both the hardpoints is like the traditional experience of what we're used to from Asim, of where he's the guy being the route man, trying to flip those spawns, and his teammates are just the ones slaying around him. I mean, that's sort of the hardpoint style I think you want to see if you're a London fan, and they deliver here in this series, go 2 for 2, win the control as well, and that's sort of the tale of tape, the way to find success against Vegas Legion.
Hey, GG's, there we go. 3-1. Vegas only managing to walk away with a search and destroy. 6-2 there, and of course, we'll never forget PaulEhx. But that is a great turnaround for the Ravens, one they desperately needed, and again, in the campaign towards the Boston Major. Hey man, you needed a win sooner rather than later. Starting to get that form going, and the very possible best time, because we're nearly there in Boston. Wow, crazy stuff. Whether it's your channel points, who most of you are now going to be absolutely running empty on, the pick'ems, or some folks, mostly myself, on the breaking point stats. What a day to stop picking London. Crazy stuff. Desk, how are you doing? Because I saw all three of you went Vegas.
We're perfect here on the Desk. A fantastic Sunday. We saw this one coming. Also, chat, while we have them up there, how many days before Chance's beard overtakes Miles' beard? Is it like 4 more days? 2 weeks, Allie?
I feel like Chance's beard is at a point where, like, it's stuck. Like, I don't know if it can go past, like, that point.
Yo, come on.
Look at his face.
Am
I wrong? Do you trim it up to that length?
Chance, keep growing it all the way through Boston, please. We'll see Miles later. He'll brag about his terrible predictions. And please stop following mine. I was good for Friday. 1 out of 3 days is good enough for me. Let's talk about this match, though, because we nailed it with our pre-game talk. If London was going to win, they needed somebody to shine. Skrapz was that guy we highlighted, and game number 1, he came out making a statement and carried it through this entire series, Allie.
30 and 14. Like, this is not what I expected from Skrapz. It's what London Royal Ravens needed for sure. But from that first series that we saw from him when he was plugged into this London Royal Ravens roster, he wasn't necessarily doing bad, but it was nothing compared to the absolute monstrosity we got to witness in this series. Now I'm wondering if we're going to see this Skrapz the whole season.
Yeah, you never doubted him, did you, Nameless? You're like, oh, it's the old Skrapz. He'll be right back to his old form.
No, I was definitely doubting. You know, I talked about it, though, before this match. Like, he got thrown into a pretty bad system, a team that is making a ton of changes, and what they need out of him is the plays that we just saw. I think our editing team did a great job right there showing that P7. Like, when your SMGs are dead in rotation, you're last alive, they needed somebody to be able to make those plays in the back, picking up those kills, to just stop the push from the opposition, and that's what he was doing throughout that. He also had an 11 streak. I think that breaks our record of a streak in hardpoint, which is wonderful. But a bit of a surprising win. I think it caught all of us off by guard, so we'll see if they can continue.
They get wins in the first week of Major #1 qualifiers. Now they get their second, or I guess third win of the season now in the second week of Major II qualifiers. If you're looking for good plays from the Legion, though, you had them throughout this series. They had some great moments, and this was our scuff play of the game. TJ with the ace. He beat PaulEhx the round before, and this round, when it comes down to the 1v1, he scares Paul off the map.
You know, it's funny, right during this play, Chris, you're like, what makes TJ so good at S&D? And, you know, we're talking about it, and it's like his awareness, you know, he knows where people are going to be at. He jumps that corner, gets the guy up top on the plat, and then he goes inside, finds Paul up top, gets the shots, but he jumps down, and then Paul, trying to evade TJ, jumps out of the map, and you can see the reaction there. Just a tough loss, and then Clay sort of relishing that moment, like, yeah, I've been there, man.
I know how it feels, but it looks way better from this point of view. Allie, awesome stuff in the searches still from Vegas.
Yeah.
Control could have been their map as well. This could have gone to a game 5 in which we'd have to think Vegas is the favorite to win it.
And it's heartbreaking because in the opening of that Control, it was that push towards B that Ant pointed out that was like, that was beautiful by the Vegas Legion, and yet they still weren't able to capitalize and win that first defensive round, and they even almost bring it back to try and do that reverse sweep, but then it's the very end of that A cap, and unfortunately, Prolud had Daddy popped. I'm sitting there, I'm like, Prolud go, Prolud go, Prolud go, and Ant was trying to be like, no, he's waiting for his teammates on the flank, but I'm like, but he has Daddy popped, like they won't know he's there, and unfortunately are unable to make the comeback.
And it's those situations too, right?
Yeah.
Like he's waiting for his team teammate to flank, but then he checks refrigerator door. Like, you have to communicate a little better if you're in that situation and you're the Vegas Legion. Concerning for them, though, in these hard points, a big thing that we should point out is Clay has to pick it up. I mean, we're seeing, we saw the arrows on the side of Legion, or on the side of Royal Ravens popping off. Clay throughout the series, it had to be his worst performance we've seen so far in this game. So that's concerning.
We give him his flowers when he's doing well. Fair of Ant to call out when he was struggling, and he got beat on a number of those rotations. Today, though, let's take a look at our 5-game series, because it only went to game number 4. All 3 of us dead wrong with our predictions, as the London Royal Ravens, their second time around with this lineup, are finding success. aLLeY, there's still 11 other teams in this league. Who else could they match up well against after seeing their games today?
Man, the answer you're gonna get from that, maybe Florida. I think this is a testament to what Skrapz is capable of doing, but I still think London was lacking some teamwork in this series. And for the side of Vegas Legion, it's just their respawn woes still. They couldn't win a control. They were still panicking at the end of the hard points. I think the story with Vegas Legion is gonna be, if it goes to a game 5, they're gonna win the series. If it goes to the game 4, unfortunately, it's not gonna go their way.
We have Skrapz loading up for the interview here in just a few moments. Send us your questions for Skrapz, one of the old members here in competitive Call of Duty, making his return after the sabbatical. Real quick, though, let's remind you what you can get right now. It's live on CallOfDutyLeague.com. We have the finest gear in the game. Represent your team loud and proud as we head to Boston. Pick up your jerseys today. And if you don't come to Boston, you can't wear your jersey in person, don't worry. You can wear it in game. We got the team packs, all of these contributing to the success of our franchises here at the Call of Duty League.
Yeah, I might have to rock a London Royal Ravens skin, honestly. I was throwing a lot of shade at them before that match. Now, granted, they did beat Vegas Legion and Respawn, who are one of the worst Respawn teams that we have. But, respect where respect is due. They did get that victory and proved us wrong. I'm going to put that skin on.
I know Odie's going to be smiling somewhere today. Shout out to the old man, one of the originals in esports. aLLeY, as we look forward for the London Royal Ravens, is Skrapz still the guy to watch? Was this more of a team effort? Can Skrapz do this consistently for the Royal Ravens?
I'd say this entire team is they're all players to watch. I mean, Skrapz did incredible today, and I'm hoping for that consistency, but you still need more out of Nastie. You still need more out of PaulEhx. I'm wondering if maybe this team can gel if they all get on cylinders at the same time, but I'm still worried for London Royal Ravens going forward.
All right, I'm not sure if we're able to get Skrapz on. We're talking to him right now, trying to get him back in his seat to get this one loaded up. As we're reflecting, though, let's tell the audience, I know there's a lot of new fans here in Call of Duty. Where did Skrapz first come from? How long has he been in the league? And what are you expecting for him the remainder of this season? Because London making some power moves, putting Trey on the bench, putting Skrapz in when Trey was still in the lineup, and now taking out Trey and putting Paul back in.
Yeah, so talking about Skrapz, I mean, he's sort of pre-CDL era was when he was in the top echelon of players. We're talking like World War II, Infinite Warfare, back in that time. He was a demon on the map going up against them. That Red Reserve team, they had some top 2 placings. We've seen him popping off, and he was always the guy who was sort of that flex player. He could use the SMG or the AR, get a bunch of kills. And that's what we were hoping for when the CDL era started. Some unfortunate circumstances with their London Royal Ravens team. They had issues. They weren't able to get it going together. He ends up getting benched on that roster and then off of the league entirely, right, after the stint with the Paris Legion as well. So it's nice to see him back, and it's nice to see him popping off once again, especially on the London Royal Ravens, because he is Europe's favorite player.
And he is live with us right now. Skrapz, thank you so much for joining us here on Headquarters. Congratulations on your first W back in action here at the CDL. And I want to ask you first and foremost, everyone in the chat, some people on Reddit are talking about, is there beef between Skrapz and Paul? Paul breaking the news before you could when you first joined the London Royal Ravens. Is there any beef to worry about here?
No, don't be silly. All I said was it was just immature of him to, tweet out our roster when things are going bad on his end. But I spoke to him after it, and he apologised. He texted me and said, "Don't worry about it. We all make mistakes." And yeah, I love Paul. I've been enjoying this last week playing with him.
Pros through and through. First off, tell me about this hardpoint performance you had in game number 1. You come out, you drop a 30 bomb on us. You set the record for 11 kills in a streak that is leading the league right now in HP. What was working for you early on?
I didn't even know that, to be fair. Thank you. Dom's been getting on my back all week. We've been going over gameplay, even when Trey was in the team. We go back after the long days and watch VOD all day because of how many mistakes and stuff we was making. So I think that helped out a lot, to be honest, and that helped the process speed up a lot more because we have been forcing all 3 game modes into like the last 2 weeks, and it's been hard, but it's been very worth it, the process.
And obviously, we haven't seen you in quite some time in the Pro League scene. What has it been like for you getting kind of plugged into the chaos that is the London Royal Ravens roster and kind of getting back in the swing of things?
I've been enjoying it. You know, I did miss it a lot. I don't regret taking that year off at all. You know, I'm playing Warzone and you know, not being in the loop, but I'm glad I did that. I learned a lot from that. You know, I've come back a totally different person. I'm obsessed this time around, and I know how to be in and out of game around my people, so I'm looking forward to this one.
Maddie, my guy, listen, I love seeing you pop off in that series, and you've been gone for a while, as you just talked about, and you said you've come back a totally new person. What are some things that you've adjusted from the last time we saw you as a pro player, as a teammate now in the CDL?
Just the way I am as a person. I feel like I was a lot more selfish the first time around. I was a lot more interested in what other people thought outside the game, just stuff like that, little things, just immature things, and you know, took that out of my game, and I'm all about who's around me now, and you know, don't care what anybody else thinks.
Listen, I got one more question. Now listen, I know you got a twin brother, my guy Bradley over there, Wuskin. Is he ever gonna try to come back and get in the CDL?
I'm not sure. Obviously, he was playing at the start, but he didn't really enjoy it. He's been doing his own thing, obviously doing whatever else we can't really speak about. But he's still doing good. He's chilling at home. I FaceTime him every day. I miss him.
Yeah.
And I'm back to do what we both set out to originally. So I'm looking forward to it.
All right, well, we'll let you go FaceTime your twin brother. Bring him to Boston for us. We can't wait to see you in person once again.
Big Woo.
I keep telling him to get his jabs and get out here and come chill at ours, because Dom even said he can come stream from here and chill with the boys, but he's just lazy. You know, it's hard to get him out of his room, so I'm looking forward to seeing him for sure.
Scraps, thank you so much. I got to wrap this because we have another matchup loading up. That is the London Royal Ravens with their first win since opening week. When we come back, we got an epic showdown. The Guerrillas are up next on the main stage.
The Call of Duty League sends out amazing newsletters before each major tournament, curated with premium content for CDL fans. Scan the QR code on the screen to sign up today. You'll not only get the latest CDL updates straight to your inbox, you'll also be entered to win a free 2023 team pack.
Watching for the opposition, how they crushing any competition. Long range, yeah, I got the vision. When I'm in the trenches, anyone can get it. I'm with the team when they need me. Or out on a dolo mission. They get rocky riding on this road of riches. If I catch you slipping, then it's over finished. War, ready, crew, coming through heavy. Aim steady, lights out, it's the gorillas. Ups, not any, we're the one out of many. Five talents, empty, lights out, it's the gorillas.
Tonight we find out who looks better in black and purple. It's a battle of the LA Guerrillas taking on the Minnesota Røkkr. Pucking alongside Alley Cat Nameless. This match is ready, so I want to just jump right into the CDL points and show you where these two teams are currently standing. The Guerrillas, 30 points. 20 of those came against the LA Thieves. On the other side, you see Røkkr has moved all the way up into our top 4. They're currently sitting there at 60 points. Allie, we have a few predictions here on the desk, but you went to the maps and modes. Who do you give the edge today?
I'm going to give the edge to LAG mostly because we're heading into a hotel map number 3 in that control. And like I said earlier, it's the only control that we have that the attacking rate is higher than the defending rate. And the Minnesota Røkkr, unfortunately, are the worst attacking team in the league so far this split. So I think it's given LAG a little bit of the edge.
She's going with Joe Deceives of the LA Guerrillas. We'll see if they're able to pull off the upset. We got our casters ready. It's an epic combo. Bryce, my man, stud. You guys are looking handsome.
See a smile, Bryce, yo. You're on demon time.
Thank you very much. Yeah, well, I've upgraded, obviously, joining here with the expertise of study. I am looking forward today. I can never replace Lando, but I think we'll have a good time anyway, Jay.
Oh, brother, it has to be said. We are going to miss Ton. Don't get it twisted. That's my guy. But I'm excited to get a series in throughout the weekend. You know, Lando, he's moving. He hasn't been able to get on the broadcast all weekend. I miss my guy. I hope everything's going well. But I'm super excited to get into this matchup, Bryce, because we got the Guerrillas, the young guns who have been coming out swinging ever since this roster has been formed. And in Minnesota yesterday versus Atlanta, like, they look like the best team in the game. So I'm really excited to get into this one.
Yeah, it's certainly been a turnout for the books. We're going to see what Minnesota we get today. It threw so many questions out of it as well. And I do want to shout out Joe Deceives from the LA Guerrillas. I spoke about it last week on Twitter. Realistically, we should have given this guy way more props than we did. His debut into the CDL, dropping a 1.20 so far. We'll see how much further he can go as both these teams start off with the opening engagements.
Oh, yeah, we're going into a nice little HyDra swim fest all around for both of these squads. But if you are Minnesota, at least in my opinion, this map number 1 is so much more important for them because when Minnesota take opening hard points, they usually find a lot of success in their series. But that's an early pre-dead going in favor of the Guerrillas. They started off on the bad side. They get every single kill, and already the spawns are going to be flipped.
They really are, and while Bance may be playing a bit of an aquatic route, he does need some reinforcements at some point. It's sneaky from Bance, but whether or not this will be enough, he has to make the most of this because he hasn't been supporting his teammates this entire time.
Yeah, Bance is just trying to be the guy to flip these spawns, but LAG, they're just soaking a lot of time off of this P1. Now they know the positioning of Bance. 2 of his teammates do pick up a couple kills through Old Hill, so now they're putting on a lot of pressure through front dome. You have to win a couple gunfights for the 2 players left from the Guerrillas side, as the 2 players on the other side are going to spawn all the way across the map. So if you are Minnesota, you just have to be able to read this pinch, but at least get some time off of this point.
Bance just playing this careful. Bouncy, bouncy, Bance! And he's looking for the play. Doesn't even see him. Shoots straight over the head of Assault as he keeps taking bullets. Dives, there you go. Gets the kill, though. Staying alive, and probably one of the better series we've seen from him yesterday. Trying to continue that today as he continues to gun. And it's a turn for Bance. We said he had to do more with the time he has spent, Stud, and he has done it.
That's exactly what you need to do. You're sitting at 0-1 for a majority of the opening hard point, but that 3-piece is going to solidify that remaining time for Minnesota. Take control of this lead and now give themselves a comfortable cushion off this rotation. Bance is still finding 2 pieces through the middle of the map. Let me tell you, when he's playing like this, Minnesota are going to be one of the best teams in the game because he is their X factor. When Bance is getting his kills, we know he's able to hit the routes, but when he's getting his kills, this is a totally different squad, and it's showing.
It really is. And speaking of a player that we want to step up as well, it's going to be Cammy. We've spoken about the LA Guerrillas. They are dominant so far with this new roster on hardpoint. Can they do it again? Already the pinch coming in for Minnesota, and it looks like a pretty good one. Bance looking for that last player.
Bance just flying around through top gens. He's trying to locate where these players are going to be coming from. As spawns do get a little bit funky on towards P3. One player in Assault is going to spawn behind them towards back green. They're still putting on a lot of pressure from the front, though, as trades are going back and forth. It's still Minnesota with a great hold. That's another 3 dead. Last player up is aBeZy with all of his teammates spawning out towards the back in the final 25 seconds. aBeZy, you have to sprint forward. We had to try to get towards next because Minnesota already a step ahead.
Yeah, realistically, aBeZy, while he's 9-1, it's probably what's keeping him in this game. You can see here comes the push. Already going to be some big plays. Who is that going down the side? It's going to be Exceed. Found a little bit of a gap at the moment. He's going to get a kill onto Afro as well. That first hurdle is down.
First hurdle is down. So now if you are iLLeY, the way that they've been finding success so far in hardpoint, ever since the squad has been formed, has been in their breaks. They're the #1 team in break percentage so far throughout stage 2. They find a couple kills. Now the pinch is going to be in towards the back. A couple players from Minnesota going to spawn all the way out as aBeZy finds himself on an 8 spree, earns himself that cruise missile, and the break is in for the Guerrillas.
Well, I think Scrap actually set the new hardpoint kill streak just a few ago. He's asked he's going to be able to beat this in the position he's currently in. Players challenging him every single place, but Afro is going to shut him down as it will be Minnesota who swarm forward to try to take this back. iLLeY have taken the lead. They should take the scrap time, but Minnesota will have that rotation.
Yeah, Minnesota got to just cut their losses. Back on up, get over towards that P5. They're still putting on a lot of pressure through front, Broken, and Ruins. So they want to basically try to trap in the Guerrillas towards the back of this P3 hardpoint. Makes it a little bit easier going in towards the next, but now it's a 25-point game. The Guerrillas have some time to work with. Dead Silence going to get invested from Exceed. So they're going to push up towards that water side as they're trying to set up from the pinch, as aBeZy is just pushing right through P1.
Well, this is now critical for Minnesota. They have rotated. They have given up the scrap. They cannot afford to give this one away straight away, and they almost had done. Only Afro, the hero for Minnesota, can possibly do anything here as the rest of the team is spawning in Narnia, and Afro goes down. And this is looking bad.
Break after break so far from the Guerrillas. They're going to continuously be able to grow this lead. Now final 25 seconds. The ARs are going to be pre-aimed up as aBeZy finds another 2. And this is the leader. We saw what the Guerrillas were like when aBeZy is playing well. That's what they were able to do in that last series. aBeZy just took over and was able to dominate in that one. And so far, starting off this game at 16-5, already up by almost 40 points at the end of the first rotations. The Guerrillas coming out swinging early.
They really haven't. aBeZy looks like he's shooting nuclear weapons out of that gun so far. It really is punishing Røkkr. But with this rotation now going on, you can see P1. Minnesota have to be slow. They have to be cautious. They don't have the P2 spawn. They've split all across the map. One's gone around a P2, one's flying into water. But the points are still ticking for iLLeY.
Yeah, iLLeY still getting a lot of time. I know that Attach does find himself in a route trying to potentially flip these spawns, but the Guerrillas are winning every single gunfight towards that point and basically making Attach irrelevant on the map. He finally picks up a kill, but he's going to get sniffed out by Exceed, and still in control of spawns is going to be the Guerrillas. They're able to take them off for that time for now, with the final 20 seconds on towards P1. Rotation in favor of the Guerrillas, and it hasn't been easy for Minnesota to get any breaks on any of these hills that the Guerrillas have been set up on.
Yeah, last time around on this P2, it was Bance in a great position. He is not there this time, and scrap time might be all they can get. It is not easy to break through P2, especially with the position they are currently in. And Assault already shuts down one. You can see Cammy going around, and he has got a kill on the flank, but that spawn is going to mean that LAG will reinforce faster, that they can kill him at that range.
Yeah, Minnesota just running so damn far away. You have to find a couple gunfights. Bance and Cammy combined for 2. You have Afro going for the swim route so he can potentially set up a flank as the pressure's still going to be in from the front, but they lose every single gunfight. The Guerrillas win them all. They're able to hold down that first push. Makes it 2 times harder for Minnesota to try to break in because now they have to make that decision. Do they decide to cut their losses and be down 90 points?
I think they're going to have to. You can already see they're a little bit hesitant to push through. They don't want to give this time away, but even with the effort they might make, it isn't really going to pay out for them. Afro just trying to win a gunfight here, and there is a reason LAG have been so dominant in the hard point with this new roster. They win the rotations, and when they don't, they break in regardless. Minnesota Røkkr have their backs against the wall now.
90-point game. Minnesota need a good hold right here at P3. It all starts with that initial gunfight. Asona's able to take down Attach, so that's the first line of defense done. You can start to put on a lot of pressure through the front. Now it's all up to Afro. He's able to at least get that hit marker with the nade, slow down a little bit of the pressure, and keep in mind, they're also blocking those back spawns, so nothing fishy gonna happen. So far, been a great hold from Minnesota.
I really like what Afro is doing here. He's playing his life. He's playing very acute angles, not really exposing himself for any length of time, but eventually he will go down regardless. The rest of LAG are now flooding through. Bance is going to try something. He finds 2. Going to look for a third, but gets cut down by aBeZy. And at the moment, Minnesota will still have control of this, but they are falling like dominoes.
Oh, yeah, and you pay attention to those spawns. Now Minnesota are spawning out towards the backside, so if you are LAG, you put a lot of pressure on. Just enough pressure to at least flip these spawns for now, but with those couple of kills going on, the only player is going to be Exceed at that next hard point. So a couple of swim routes going to come in for Afro. They're thinking that a couple more players from the Guerrillas are going to be on that side of the map. But only focus has to be on to Exceed. They're going to be having a majority of the bodies on this side, down by 60. They need a good hold here to get back into this one.
They certainly do. This is where it all went wrong last time for Minnesota. They got cut down before they can do anything. Cruise missile has been used, and it's going to find 2 as well.
Big 2.
Yeah, it's basically disastrous. Fortunately, somehow they get the trades coming through here as well, and Bance is just going to get melted. aBeZy is feeling himself
Oh my God.
27 and 12, and he is back in this position. He did it last time. He's now on a 4 streak, looking for more players to fall before him, and Attach can't do much. It has been a one-sided game.
All one-sided on the back of varsity. He's getting spawn after spawn, finds himself on another 4 streak, and potentially pick up that cruise missile. LAG cannot win it here, but they can get pretty damn close. It's all comes down to these kills. This final 10 seconds is so big, and Minnesota can take them off. And with that 3-piece from Cammy, at least you relieve some of that pressure going over towards the next hill. Just closer and closer. Guerrillas have been playing some flawless hard point to start this one off. 13 points from them calling game 1.
They haven't. Does Minnesota have a miracle in the back pocket? The problem is always going to be that LAG are very good at breaking. And while they have the spawn, keep an eye, Assault has gone all the way around the back. He's found Cammy. He's looking for the second one as well. Already the pinch is coming through, and they have done this consistently the entire map. Minnesota in control of the rotation. Down, they fall, and this game is a spit away from ending.
Oh, yeah, this one's done and dusted. It's only 5 seconds away until the Guerrillas call game. The pitch is going to be here from a couple of players from Minnesota. You have to get in now if you want to try to stop it, but that's going to be all done and dusted. The Guerrillas are going to be able to take map number 1.
And this is what we talked about. LA Guerrillas, hardpoint team extraordinaire. Break after break. Minnesota will not be happy with how that one went. aBeZy was a force to be reckoned with on the map. He would not fall, and the rest of the team just surrounded like a military operation. They were just squeezing Minnesota every single time.
Yeah, aBeZy just did whatever he wanted on that map. When his SMGs are putting on a lot of pressure, getting a lot of time off B1, we know what they're going to get out of those young guns. Break after break in every hard point. And then when you allow the Guerrillas to get fully set up off the rotation, you saw how it was very difficult for Minnesota to try to get a break because aBeZy is just holding it down. 30 and 14 in that kill death department. 23 non-traded kills, 3,200 damage. He only had 9 seconds. But when you're able to slay the way that you were, You don't even have to get the hill time. Just get all the kills and you make it look easy. The Guerrillas dominate in map number 1.
They really do, and it's got to be the breaks, right? Like, you shouldn't be falling that easy when you have the rotations. And that's the crazy thing. Minnesota weren't playing terrible Call of Duty in that regards for hardpoint. They were getting the rotations. They were finding their way through. We saw the roots come through them as well, but it's one of those old things. We talk about KD sometimes, whether or not it matters or not, but you can be in a great position and you can play fundamentally hardpoint well. If you're not winning the gunfights, it's still not going to matter.
Oh, yeah, it's definitely not going to matter, especially with the way that LAG started off the first rotations of hardpoints. It was break after break, but when they started to get set up for some of these money hills, you saw how difficult it was. Minnesota had to give up a full 60 at that second rotation at P2, and they put themselves down by 90 points because it was so damn difficult to break with the way that LAG was set up around that hill. They were consistently playing from the back foot. The Guerrillas were not giving them anything to work with, and they take map number 1, and now it kind of gets scary for me, Bryce, going into the rest of the series for Minnesota, because usually, like I said it before the series even started, Minnesota, whenever they find a lot of success in their series, is always taking that map number 1 hardpoint, because then they have the momentum going to the search and destroy. We saw what that was like yesterday versus Atlanta FaZe. They dominated them. Clean 3-0. But now that you find yourself down 0-1, nobody really stepped up in that map number 1. The biggest thing that stands out for me in this search and destroy is if they get first blood, they have success. But if they don't, that's when they tend to struggle. And you cannot allow that to happen versus a new team in the Guerrillas, because they'll pick you apart.
Yeah, and here's kind of the crazy thing. Coming into this one, even with us talking about how good LAG have looked on hardpoint, the question mark is always going to remain as we watch them against other teams. The question was, hey, this Minnesota yesterday looked really good versus FaZe.
Best team in the game.
Yeah. Can LAG overcome that? Turns out, yes. They are still being dominant on hardpoint, and it's something that other teams are going to take notice of. Minnesota here are going to have to really sit up and take notice, because LAG are flying high. Just the difference in the looks of those two teams. LAG smiles, happy, laughing, relaxed. Minnesota, a little bit tense, a little bit dour, a little bit wondering whether or not they're set up for a lose.
Oh, yeah. Well, they need the search and destroy. Let me tell you that, Bryce, because that map number 3, that hotel control, that has been the auto veto for Minnesota all year long so far. 10 out of the 12 series that they have played, they have just gotten rid of that map right off the rip. So if you find yourself down 0-2 in this series, going into control that you have barely played, that's not the situation that you want to be in. So if you are Minnesota, you got a lot of veteran presence on this squad, shake that map number 1 hardpoint off. It's usually where you find yourself in the majority of these series, down 0-1, but the response has to be in the search and destroy. And the main guy that I'm looking at, Bryce, has to be Bance. This is a guy who was shutting down aBeZy's pressure yesterday. 4 out of the 7 times that he got first blood, they were able to get that able to secure that round. So Bance is the guy. We saw what he was able to do in that early map number 1. When he hits the routes, they get a couple rotations, especially when he gets the gunfights. You find a lot of success, but this is the guy who's the playmaker for this Røkkr squad in search and destroy to make it happen.
Well, we'll find out whether they can do it. The fist bumps are going out. And also for both these two teams, it is a big win if they can pull it off. For Minnesota, it will help cement them towards that winner side of it. For LAG, not only trying to get a better record going forward, but also the points. I know it's a little bit early in the season to worry about it, but it could be more on that. It's the arsenals we are used to seeing. By the way, a 2.14 to kick off that hardpoint study.
That's unbelievable, bro. Like, I'm telling you, Bryce, he was doing whatever he wanted. He was out there basically playing mosh pit. Easy rotations. You set up on a power position. You're pre-aiming up, holding your irons down, just hitting kill after kill, just mowing them down with that TAC 56. And with Arseny's playing like that, let me tell you, you got to shut this guy down, because we know how much of a menace he can also be in search and destroy.
Well, let's find out. Here we start. Already going out for this one. Minnesota really want to get it back at this point, because they're going to be worried about that hard point if they can even get it that far. Arseny's a Bance. Comes close. The Concast division shows us. Oh, my goodness. It's a double nade.
Double nade lines up perfectly to get that first blood onto Bance. So already in the man advantage is going to be the Guerrillas. Minnesota have to try to work towards this bomb plant. They line up with a teammate of their own and at least make it a 3v3. Now you can work towards A.
Trying to get into it now. And Arseny, did he see him? I don't think he did. Afro playing pushed up on open. He's expecting somebody to push here now, especially with that bomb down. But LAG could be a slow retake, I think. I think they're going to go inside and push it from that angle.
Yeah, they're gonna try to work around the backside. Attach is gonna be the guy. He's trying to hold down multiple positions in towards Art. Finds the timing onto Jodeci, but cannot pick up the kill. Jodeci finds it, makes it a 3v2 with only 20 seconds left. Arsony takes down Afro, 1v3, all off to Cammy.
Cammy finds the first. He's going to try and turn now, but he doesn't know where they're coming from. Looks to the towards the back, and he's going to see them both, but outnumbered and outgunned. And it just doesn't pay out for him there, Study. He looks in the right direction at the right time, but no gun in Call of Duty has ever shot two different directions at once.
Yeah, that's a difficult one to do right there if you are Cammy. I thought once he was able to line up and get on that head glitch, he stood a better chance. But you see the teammates coming in right off the rip from the Guerrillas, and then Minnesota did the same thing. You can only do that in round number 1 because neither squad has any trophy system to work with. So with LAG getting that first blood, they clutch up in the 3v3 on the retake towards A and take round 1.
And it's also going to be one of those plays that they've practiced. Normally, you see a bit of Semtex with both frags bouncing off the same pillar. We'll get it done for them, but already stun's coming through. I wonder if this is Nastie gets the first blood as well. Bance gets 2 back at the same time. Attach could be playing with the sniper that we have seen before, but an advantage to Minnesota.
Advantage to Minnesota. As Bance lines it up with the nade and with the gun to at least put themselves in a 3v2. Stun hit marker though does come in from Exceed. Gonna drop that frag, try to get a couple hit markers, potentially go for the chow, but he doesn't commit towards it. Bance finds 3 on the round. Bance finds all 4. My God, Bryce, what a snap!
We should see that in the final kill cam. The ace from Benjamin Bance has the advantage of cover, but still shouldn't win that gunfight. That's what they needed. The bounce back Study.
Yeah, I told you. Bance is the playmaker. Gets an ace on the round, they win it. Good round right there for Minnesota to get on the board. And now going into this round number 3, you have a couple trophy systems to work with. If you are Bance, you don't want to get naded out towards top double windows. But this time you might see a little bit different in pacing for both of these squads. As with those trophy systems, you can get those down, eventually work towards that A-bomb instantly.
That's the stun check. Doesn't see anyone close. Could be another nade check, and somebody has just tagged him up. He'll be careful now as he flies across. And this is all part of the setup. They are looking to get this bomb down.
Yeah, bomb's gonna get down. 4v4 retake. LAG HyDra decide to play this. They're gonna send 3 players through the flank. Jodeci finds that first blood onto Afro. Now Attach has to reposition himself. Time is starting to tick. You have to win a couple gunfights, but Exceed at least makes it a 4v2.
Yeah, this retake is going so well for them again. It's only going to be Bance in a 1 versus 4. 27 seconds remaining. Down he falls. And Røkkr find nothing for the second time. LA Guerrillas retakes are something else.
It's a little different right there from the Guerrillas. Jodeci works his way in through bottom R. He finds that opening kill, and then they know that Attach likes to be that guy from Minnesota to watch the flank. Couple pull-ups coming in right there. The Guerrillas, yeah, they're definitely strong. Pounding on the chest a little bit. But that was a clean retake to execute that flank push, turn it into a 4v2, solo out the last 2 players, eventually close out the round. Guerrillas didn't make any mistakes in that one. Now find themselves up 2-1.
It's something that Minnesota are going to have to adjust for. Like, they're going to have to figure out why their retakes are happening so easily. And maybe go for the adjustment, maybe play a different angle when they push forward next time around. But this time it's LAG who have the chance to attack. And they haven't really gone for A. Exceed is going to push this door at some point and either throw a shoulder or try and get a trade. There you go, door goes open and away he goes. No kill for him.
No kill, but at least you get the hit marker with that nade. So now it slows down a couple players. Cammy's able to find the first attach. It's all going down so damn fast, Bryce. I don't know what just happened. Trades all over the map, but Minnesota able to clutch up on the defense. Those gunfights just went so damn fast, bro. 2-2.
Yeah, LAG went to hit everything at once. Unfortunately, the trades didn't exactly go the way they would want to. Exceed managed to get a very quick kill, but tried to duck in the door. Fortunately, the guns of Minnesota were ready for it. And I think that's LAG trying to adjust. They really didn't want to go for the normal plant where you play around the doors, you play around open and close, get the stuns in and the nades. This time they tried to actually see if they could bait Minnesota out, but they didn't fall for it.
They didn't fall for it at all. As now it's 2-2 to both squads on the defensive end. Who's going to be able to walk away with the first attacking round? This time both squads are just going to slow it on down. Not going to try to play for this rush plant. Both squads trying to play for that first blood.
If you're Minnesota, I can kind of understand this. They want that first blood, but even putting that bomb down, normally it's what teams would love this. They'd love to have an open site, but they've been retaken so easily. They're going to be worried about any push coming through inside here. RC's and Bance holding this same angle again. Bance goes across. Careful not to let that butt hang out a little bit too far. It might get shot off. With time burning down, Study, it gets a little bit more dicey for Minnesota.
Yeah, it makes it a little bit more scary. You still have one player in our city who's trying to watch that crossover towards the site, but Afro, he's taking great positioning over towards stage, trying to get pushed up. First blood is going to go in favor of Varsity. He's able to take down the bomb carrier. Afro evens it up. Afro finds 2. Afro trying to go for the 3rd, but cannot find that kill. But it's all left up now to Assault. He gets picked apart, and the SMG duo right there from Minnesota just make it happen. 2 from Afro, 2 from Bance on the pinch. Now up 3-2.
Yeah, Afros were huge as well, and of course, Bance exploits the weakness on the flank. He's 7-2 so far in this S&D. You said playmaker. It's almost like 2 sides of the same coin. Afro will win gunfights you don't expect. Bance doesn't need to take gunfights. He's not going to be shooting you in the front if he can help it.
Exactly how it plays with those guys. Afro's going to be the aggressor, and Bance is the guy that shoots you always in the buttocks. He finds the final 2. Minnesota now up 3-2. Back on the defensive end. So far, LAG, they've been putting a lot of pressure on towards Street, trying to find first blood after first blood. But Minnesota have been able to pick them apart, and once again, it's going to fall into the hands of Afro. Already finds himself in a great position towards bottom R.
The dead silence, it's going to be huge for him as Afro finds 2. Almost gets turned on, but doesn't manage to get traded away. But the trades have come through, and somehow LAG have come out even. Minnesota are going to hate that. Afro makes the play, and yet somehow no advantage.
Yeah, that's just tough. Whenever you find yourself in a couple of those gunfights, it's great if your teammate finds 2, but you don't always have to play for that trade in that situation. So now it turns into a 2v2. 40 seconds to work with. The bomb slowly starting to approach towards A for the Guerrillas. Both of the players from Minnesota are basically trying to cut off both sides. They're going to give up this bomb plant. They're forcing the retake.
Yeah, Salt's a little bit worried about this because he doesn't really have the coverage. See, though, does find Cammy. Then you attach to the 1 versus 2. They actually might chow him straight here as well. They see one in the corner. He's in a bad position. He's caught out in the open. No amount of snaking is going to allow him to survive. And the Røkkr fall eventually. A round that should have been theirs.
Yeah, right there. It's just like, if you are Bance in that situation, Afro went above and beyond by finding those opening 2 kills. Keep it at 3v2. We don't always have to play for a trade in that situation. But once he loses his life, it's not an easy round for Minnesota because you get that first blood, you put yourself in a man advantage, but then you make it a 2v2 by such a challenge coming in from Bance. And now it's tied up all at 3-3. Little mistakes right there, Bryce, from Minnesota, but still a good search and destroy so far.
It hasn't. It's still tied up. An awful lot to play for, but I thought he was going to go very aggressive through bottom. So he just plays it a little bit careful. Dancing around green, checking the angles. See, it looks like he's got insects in his trousers, unable to keep still.
The only thing is they don't have anybody that's watching this cross over towards that A site. And unfortunately, he's going to get picked off. Great positioning right there from Methodz to get that first one on to exceed. Bomb still not going down over towards A, but they're just trying to waste every single tag possible to take somewhat control of R.
Receives great drop shot there onto Afro, brings it back to a 3 versus 3, and Minnesota love throwing away this advantage. Thieves in a really good position. The timing there from Methodz kind of takes him off a bit, and he might be able to get an easy kill for him as well. He's going to. The bomb has been stuck, though.
40 seconds into 3v2. Reset from Thieves. Dead Silence does come in with that kill. All 3 players from the Guerrillas pop their Dead Silence. They're able to take down Bance. Now it's all left up to Cammy. No Dead Silence to work with. 1v3. And towards close arc, the pinch is going to be here. He cannot read it. And that's another successful retake coming in from the Guerrillas. All by the sneaky plays coming in from Thieves. Once he pops that Dead Silence, makes his way in towards bottom art. He gets that first kill on the flank. And then does not try to be aggressive. He knows that we're in the 3v2. We have the man advantage. Let's not try to fight one-on-one gunfights. Plays it beautifully for his teammates to slowly pick apart the other 2. And the Guerrillas now find themselves up 4-3.
And I feel like LAG have maybe a little bit more chemistry or a little bit more proactive on this map. Obviously, that first kill that went down, Attach, basically just shooting through a tiny gap in the wall, and I think it was Exceed who tried to shoulder, but he was still being shot while he was shouldering, and then they gave it away. Afro went for the rechow on a Joe Thieves, rather than maybe just holding an angle against him. But with Røkkr down 1 now, they're going to try and get this back to a 4-4.
You see the switch up already in the strategy from the Guerrillas. With Exceed whipping out that sniper, he knows that no players are going to be watching over towards that cross, so it's only a matter of time before they get over towards A. There's a lot of pressure is going to be on towards Assault. 3 players from Minnesota trying to push over towards the flank. Cammy's going to bait himself out. At least hold Assault in this positioning. But if you are the Guerrillas, just try to work this bomb plant. Afro finds the first, Assault with the trade.
That's a lot of pressure that they were trying to put on the LA Guerrillas. Can he see his feet? I don't think he can. But right now, LAG are a little bit hesitant. They don't know exactly where they all are, but Bance is going to show his forehead. And Exceed will take it off, and Exceed gets a second. Is Attach going to give him the third? It's a 1 versus 3 technically for Attach if he can make it. He swings out, he sees Assault, but Assault guns him down. And LA Guerrillas take another round away from Minnesota. 5-3.
No mistakes right there from LAG. Once Exceed whips out this sniper, he shuts down that cross push. But once he lines it up the second time, you know that Minnesota are knowing that you're going to commit over towards A. Lines up the first, lines up the second. Great shots from the young man to close out the round for the Guerrillas. Puts them at game point in this search and destroy. Keep in mind, this is a squad basically full of a lot of challenger players. You got some world champs, but these young guns are really coming out to play, and they're showing why.
It does say a lot about what we can expect maybe in the future from the COD League.
The aggression.
Nastie's already pushed Cammy way back, and those nades are ricocheting off him. Hasn't made that kill. I don't know how. Sniper now on Overwatch. And Bance gets one with a nade. Are they going to continue to push the tempo here? LA Guerrillas have Exceed on the sniper rifle. He's been crucial last round. A shoulder, an arm, a throat, a neck, and a head. Any of it. And he is going to try and take them down and bring this back to a 3 versus 3.
Yeah, Exceed's just going to hold this angle. He's known that his team is in the man disadvantage, but right now there's a lot of map control going in favor of the Guerrillas. Varsity sneaks his way on through. He's able to assist his teammate, spots out Bance, can't get the kill. But now if you are Minnesota, this is where you strike. You have the man advantage. Let's play these trades.
Cammy gets it, but it's still Exceed holding this angle with the sniper. Now time is burning. For Minnesota, this means a mistake could be unbelievable. Cammy goes for the chow against the sniper and takes it down. Attach starters with Assault. It's a 1 versus 4. And while Assault is on a 4 streak here, he's 9-3. He hasn't got an awful lot of options left.
Yeah, 1v4, you probably just don't want to die and potentially play for that cruiser. So with Minnesota, flawless round from them to get that first blood. onto Joe Thieves. They knew that the aggression was going to come in from the Guerrillas towards A. They played it nice and steady in the back of their spawn, get the first blood, eventually find that kill onto our RCDs as well. Then into 4v2, Exceed. I thought he was going to be able to line up that shot onto Cammy, but the movement comes in from Cammy. He's able to take him down, and he take down Assault. Stay alive a little bit longer in this search and destroy. Now down 5-4.
Pressure still on for Minnesota.
It is.
Let's see how they deal with it. Last time around, they gave an awful lot of pressure over to Assault. But LAG just need one round out of the next two.
Bance finds himself in a great position towards bottom arc. He's just giving the communication with all the sound cues going around. How many players are going to be in towards this building? Guerrillas are not trying to rush this bomb plant. They know that at least one player detached is going to be watching that cross. As time is starting to tick. If I'm the Guerrillas, I just want to get this bomb down as fast as I possibly can and then force the Minnesota Røkkr to retake.
Bance holding his nerve there. It must be horrifying hearing all of this going on around you. No idea exactly when he'll be chowed, but he's just holding an angle over and over again. Eventually, though, LAG are committing to this site. Will he strike at the right time? Assault is trying to check every single angle as this bomb goes down for LAG.
Bance finds himself in a great spot. He does get sniffed out, invests that dead silence, but now it's a 4v4 retake. Minnesota have to try to get if they want to force a round number 11. Afro putting a lot of pressure on through the backside steps. But Cammy finds the first blood, 3v4.
Oh, and Assault's going to find 2. He's got them. It's a 2 versus 2. Almost finds the third as well. And technically, Minnesota Røkkr have control of the site, but it is going to be a pinch from both sides. And arsenies finds Attach. It's just Bance in a 1 versus 2 with no time. He tries to chase arsenies, who is just giving him the ding-dong ditch, and down he falls. Minnesota take the S&D away from Røkkr, and they looked better. They looked more connected. They knew what they were doing, and their retakes were superb.
That was beautiful plays right there out of LAG, because they get the bomb down, they force the 4v4 retake. They leave one player on towards the street, but they knew that Assault was still sitting over towards the top double windows. He sets up the pinch, makes it a 2v2, and then this is why you got the safety net in Arsenies, who's always watching over that bomb site. Takes that first player off in Attach, and then in the 1v2, just dances around Bance. Doesn't make the kill easy as the Guerrillas go up 2-0 in the series. And that means, I was saying in the beginning of the year, when we went to Major number 1, the Guerrillas Academy roster, in my opinion, was better than the actual Guerrillas roster that we had in the CDL. They make the move. They bring 3 of the players from that squad already up to the starting lineup. And now they find themselves up 2-0 in this series. Flawless and hardpoint. This team is not to be messed with, Bryce.
It certainly isn't. And the future does not look great for Minnesota.
No.
Anything can happen. Let's find out what does. Control coming up after the break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this.
Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. There is a wonderful production. If you're ever wondering just how much it actually takes to run something like this, including they had a bit of time today as it has been snowing. And there is the esports engine, Wonderful Snowman.
Well, that takes a lot of time, Bryce. Let me tell you. Those guys are out there since 9 a.m. putting that snowman together. It looks beautiful. Was that Kit Kat bars in his mouth? I'm not too sure. I might just be a biggie on that one, but let's get back into this series, my man. You know, Minnesota, yesterday in their series versus Atlanta FaZe, they look like a completely different team. They took the opening hard point, they clustered up in the search and destroy, and they were able to close out in the control all the way in round number 5. But today it's a little bit different. They're going against the Young Guns and the Guerrillas, find themselves down 0-2 in this series, going into a hotel control where they have yet to play a lot so far throughout the season.
And this, at the moment, is the season KD for two of the most influential players on these teams. Arsely is the only man remaining from LAG's original roster, and Afro, who's had a new breath of life into him. A little bit different this series, though. At the moment, you can see 1.14 for Afro overall and a 0.98. But Arsely has not been playing like a 0.98. He has been frying.
Oh, yeah, he's been a man on a mission, man. You got to keep in mind all those stats from RCD since the beginning of the season when he was playing with his old LAG squad and they couldn't find any success in any of the respawns. So the numbers are going to be the best. But ever since this roster changes came in, RCD has been the two-time world champ that we know he can be. So what he was able to do in that map, number 1, basically double positive. Does great in that search and destroy. Now you find yourselves up 2-0. And Bryce, let me just tell you, if you are Minnesota, this hotel control is not going to be fun, if you ask me.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, let's see whether it is or not, because this wouldn't be the first reverse sweep Minnesota have attempted to pull off. And last time they were successful. This time, are you feeling any confidence in the squad?
No, I definitely am not, because they find themselves down 0-2 in this series. They lose the opening hard point. They lose their bread and butter in the search and destroy. Now they're playing a control where they have vetoed it 10 out of the 12 series all year long. This has been their auto veto in this control. They're great at control overall with a 9-3 record, but this is the map they have getting rid of every single time. And you're going up against an LAG roster who have yet to play this map. And with the way that they have been playing during the slaying, this is ending the game and bringing it right back onto us. But yeah, just the confidence that the Guerrillas are playing with right now is just on a whole different level.
And that's another thing that maybe we've overlooked when we talk about this LAG team. It is not easy going from challengers into the CDL. I know a lot of people talk about it frequently, but you're going from a system where there are, let's say, a gap in challengers, right? You have some very good teams in challengers, some very good players, but that drop-off is pretty quick. There's not really any easy game in the CDL. Putting that with, you've got your coaching staff, you've got your infrastructure, you've got your facilities. It's a very different world, and LAG have never really felt the pressure of being on the big stage. These players have stepped up, they've stepped out, and they have shut down basically every team, especially on hardpoint.
Yeah, and the biggest thing about challenger players, in my opinion, whenever they're getting called up, is because they're the most flashy guy in challengers. Whenever we see one of these guys get picked up onto a pro team, it's because that guy was going above and beyond, just making it work. And that's the biggest thing about challenger players that I love, is that they play at a totally different pace. They know that they're trying to put on an absolute show for everybody watching in the small community that they have. And when you do that, then that's when you put yourself as one of those standout players. So that's when you see a majority of these challenger guys always coming in really fast pace, always being able to get their kills. But then when they get to that pro level, you just have to add a little bit of structure to that, and that's what makes you in your final form. So I'm loving what we're seeing out of this young talent. We know how fast the Siege can be on the map, how fast Joe's the Siege can be on the map, but when this team is playing with a lot of structure, that's when this team starts to get scared. We saw it in map number 1, we saw it in map number 2, and keep in mind, Bryce, this team is not even that old. Like, they've only been a team for about 2 weeks now, and they are making these games look really easy.
Yeah. Let's see how high they can fly.
They're vibing. Look at RCDs.
Well, this is it. Like, the first time we saw RCDs with this new roster, didn't look the most comfortable. I know he had some PC issues and was moving forward, but today, a very different animal. Comfortable, confident, just a catastrophe on that first map for the other team. Doing everything to see, bopping along. And yeah, the thing about this LAG team is I am looking forward. We need a bigger sample size. we need to find out how everything will play out for them. But while we get this going, let's go to our Scuff play of the game. Of course, it's going to be arsony's and everything he has been doing on that hardpoint study.
Yeah, this is all map number 1. This is when arsony's was finding himself a rotation, picking up kill after kill, winning some crucial ones at that as well to win a couple of spawns. He was just shooting nukes out of his TAC 56. Y'all need the class right after this. Alec, can you please shoot me a DM? As the guy wasn't missing any bullets. He was just making the game really easy, and that's what you do if you're an AR player. You control the spawns, you put yourself in power positions. That's when the kills come a lot easier. And it's not like he wasn't getting any difficult kills. The guy was just a man on a mission in map number 1. Could not be stopped.
Really can over and over again. Minnesota Røkkr just falling to him. And Scuff player of the game, but maybe a resurgence for arsony. So much we have talked about him this season. From FaZe to here. We asked how we would adjust. We asked what happens when you're no longer playing with Simp, aBeZy, and Cellium. And it was a little rocky to begin with, Stud, but maybe, just maybe, he's back in his groove.
Oh, yeah, maybe indeed, my friend, because obviously in the beginning, his first squad could not win a respawn. Couldn't win any hard points, couldn't win any controls, and their S&E was basically 50-50. And majority of the time when we saw arsony's with that old squad, he was eating his hoodie. But with this new squad, no hoodie on. My boy is firing. He's feeling it. He's feeling great. As you see the stats coming up from Assault, 1.52. Like, both your AR players are just taking over. SMGs, have yourself a nice, relaxing day with your feet kicked up if these guys are playing like this.
Well, that is certainly something to write home about. Do Røkkr have the breathing technique to breathe new life into this one? Control kicking off. We will go on board with LA Guerrillas on the attack to begin with, as they look maybe for that first B push.
Yeah, putting a lot of pressure on, you know how difficult it can be to try to catch a P as your second point. But already putting a lot of pressure on. They're already about to complete this first segment, and Assault might get some bad timing here. No, he's still able to line it up. Not able to find the kills, though, as it's going to be Minnesota. Should be able to hold strong in his first B push.
Wow.
Or not. Wow.
Well, oh, burst Bance in the bedroom. All that remains from being a little bit of a horrible situation. arsony's moving forward, and Cammy is going to gun him before he can do anything. It looks like an A lock here, potential. And I wonder how much Minnesota commit to this. You can see them slowly but surely squeezing. Who's that going around? Of course, it's going to be Bance. Bance hitting the flank.
Of course.
Shouldn't have asked.
Yeah, it's LAG. They're only going to have one player on the save point, though. They want to try to play for these kills around the opposing side of the map, as Bance is trying to time this one-on-one. He's going to have a huge one if he can take down a CDL for that point. Going to go for the challenge, but he gets stiffed out. So the second ticket progression is already in. Now the pitch is going to be here for LAG. You have to iron up and get these kills if you are Minnesota. Don't want to get put in this early trap.
Yeah, they do like the play here from LAG. They've gone everywhere. They were hoping for Minnesota Røkkr to make a mistake. No mistakes quite made, but A locked in early. 2 minutes on the clock. Lives are equal. And now comes a squeeze. You can see them all pushing around, Study, trying to force, basically, Minnesota into a bad position.
Yeah, they just want to get these kills through the back and potentially spawn them out behind them at Jules, and then only put their focus onto the players in towards bedroom. And they should be able to take down attached. First kill done. So now you have spot control. You have Exceed who wins a one-on-one at Couch's area versus Cammy. So now you know both of those players are sort of going to spawn all the way across the map. But there's still two players you haven't accounted for, and that's going to be Bance, who's still staying alive in towards bedroom, causing problems.
Eventually does go down, though. So we Afro to take his place. He gets a kill in the bedroom. They push it out again. Slow here from Joe to Thieves. He will be the catalyst. He wants his teammates to make kills so he can basically sweep in and clear this out for them. But he doesn't want these players to be looking for him. That's what he's worried about. He might be able to do it. He's going to go for it as well. And he's going to look for the players. He's going to find Attach. Attach spits. Absolutely spits. Somebody on the observing team get that one chalked in for a replay. Attach gets 3. And Afro's going to find one as well. And all that maneuvering, all that slow play from LA Guerrillas falls at the hands of Attach.
Yeah, that was a big play, superhero play right there from Attach to keep his team in this one. Now you maintain bedroom control. You have drawn out a lot of this clock. Only 40 seconds remaining on the round. Still have a couple players from LAG trying to find Tommy's. It's going to be Joe to see who actually finds himself behind. So he's going to be able to take down Bance. But now you're the only guy on this side of the map. You just want to play your life and allow your teammates to at least have one more good push in if you can find an opening kill.
They've already managed to find Joe to Thieves again here. Salt finds the trade, but Cammy is going to be the man holding the door. And he finds a second, not quite the third. Arsenes gets through. Last chance here now for them, but he gets gunned by Bance. And it will be Jodeci who basically has to just run to the hill. He has to stop the clock.
He has to get on towards the point. Minnesota are not panicking right now. They still have a majority of bedroom control. Attach is going to fall. Final couple of seconds. LAG able to get on it. Time is still starting to tick. You got to get on it if you are. 0.1 seconds left, but it does not matter. Minnesota Røkkr clutch up on the defensive round. Only allow 4 segments to come in. And it all falls into that play where Attach finds that 3-piece. If he drops right there and doesn't pick up a kill, all of his teammates are spawning all the way at Jules, and eventually the stack is going to come in from the Guerrillas. They could potentially have closed that one out. But let's just look at it again. Finds the first kill towards Lights, finds the second on towards Point, reads the play onto Jodeci. That's the world champ Attach right there, showing why. Shuts down that play. Round 1 to Røkkr.
And that's the crazy thing as well. Essentially, LA Guerrillas set up perfectly for it. Jodeci did not move until we thought the players were looking the wrong direction. But Attach figured him out. Here we go with the next round, though. Minnesota Røkkr looking towards A early. Only Bance playing around B.
Yeah, they're just going to try to do the difficult stuff. I mean, the easy stuff right off the rip and close out towards A. So Minnesota find themselves down 2-0 in this series. They need some life. Let's step aside and go to a listening with Røkkr.
Oh, it's pinch, beans. No, connector, it's connector.
Next top,
Connector, yeah, close.
Wait, one's connector, one's bridge.
Wine on me. Wine with a sub. He's on A point.
Yeah, I shouldn't have done that. He's P4 weak.
He's in wine. Jodeci's in wine.
I see him. Could have been
on A point. On A point. Stake in one shot. Nice. Stay sharp.
Push out dubs. Get some of his cancer. Yeah. Wait, you could have been from your spawn.
Yeah, I spawned in kitchen.
Oh, you spawned in kitchen? You're mid, okay.
Finish his big. I'm trying to hold connect pinch though. They could go beans.
They're back step. Big. Dead one big now. Joey. The dubs.
I'm watching our side wine, Ben.
Yeah, watch that one. That's him. Yeah, Joe got me. I need you shot. Watch out, Ben. Come back.
One's broken, 2 broken dead.
Nice, let's go. Go, come right.
Yeah,
get the cross or something.
Yeah,
you can go big or do what. Let's go back.
100%. Yeah, core.
Oh yeah, core can kill me.
Core heady aLLeY.
Kill me. Big now, big.
Nice, aLLeY is core heady, Dill.
One's big.
aLLeY's core.
How many core?
Core dead.
One was big.
Yeah, okay. Where you go, Marcus?
Minnesota Røkkr there, trying to break this one down. You heard big plays coming in from people like Bance. A miscommunication earlier into play calls about trying to get the cut. But this is not an easy push now. They have to dig all the LA Guerrillas players away from these corners.
Yeah, you got to try to step out where they're going to potentially be as Attach is able to find one, but 2 of his teammates are going to drop. Attach finds 2. Now those players from the Guerrillas are going to spawn all the way at Jules' side. He's going to potentially set them up, get pushed up for some time on towards this B point. Exceed is able to at least release some of that pressure by finding that kill onto Cammy. Now it's going to be 3 down in the feed. Last player up is going to be towards Attach, and they already know he's definitely in our spawn somewhere.
They basically made Attach a little bit irrelevant. Obviously, it's not something he would be expecting, but they just ignored this position completely. They didn't go for the pinch, they went for the wrap. And it's worked out for them. 50 seconds left. LAG are in a very good position with how they're spread out across this map. If they can find a few more players, which they have, it's making Minnesota spawn staggered, which means they just do not have the bodies for a trade.
Oh, that's 3 down in the feed once again. So now you see the spawns coming in from Røkkr all the way towards kitchen. And basically have one more good push to try to break on over towards that B point. No bedroom control, so it's all going to be pressure on through Back's chandelier. As this is going to be the last push. Final 20 seconds, Bright. They have to get it done here.
And LAG are setting up in the bedroom. Like a teenager when people are over. They're not leaving for nothing. Can they find a way through? Exceed is going to be in a great position for anybody who jumps into this hill, as Afro does. Looks for the second. A fly through from Bance, but he gets taken down as well. No time, no positioning, no win.
No win for Minnesota Røkkr. And now you have to think in the back of your minds that you are currently down by 1 segment. Heard aLLeY touch on it on the desk. This is the actual control map that we have so far in the season, where attacking is better than defending. 52% on your attacking rounds compared to 48 on the defensive end. As now we're tied at 1-1 We saw LAG, they at least completed one segment the last time around towards B. Can they win their couple of gunfights and try to secure this B point nice and early and not have to worry about players sitting in corners at bedroom? Because that's very difficult if you want to try to capture over towards that B point as the second one.
It certainly is. Well, let's see how they are going to push this one at the moment. A bit of a push towards it. Arsenal's going to try and actually entry, but he gets cut down before he can do anything. Assault desperately trying to stay alive, knows the Bance is coming and can do nothing about it. Exceed might be looking to try and make a play around bedroom here. Let's find out how they are dealing with the comms, though, as they try to make this win. So now LA Guerrillas, listen in.
Dude, he is in bed.
I got you.
Whoever's top bed, you should look. Somebody should try to hop. Somebody should try to hop.
I'll get. Play safe and point, Joe. Okay. In my bottom bed. Top plat, okay?
Another one, P1. One got me, Afro. There's one doubles, two. One doubles, two, okay?
That ain't my mid.
That's two.
Y'all be low bed, Joe. Yeah, low bed, I just gave it up. That's sorry. Low bed. Low bed.
Big arch, I'm dead. Big arch, kill me. Big arch, going
I T1.
Stay down, guys. Help. Trying to help him. Going top it.
T1 now. Hated. T1 dead. I'm reaching two. I got shot bottom bed. Nice, dude. Info. Now weak.
Give me a second, I'm pitching.
Last one is Ben. Push is Ben. He could have pinched a small ball. Yeah, he's being Ben. Stay down, towards the point.
Swap stun.
Oh, weak.
That's Ben.
T2.
I'm going bigger. He's weak.
I'm pushing bigger.
I'm going long.
Keep holding Joe. That's
bigger.
I want to point. They're going to T2.
That's you. I can team shot this
Go,
guy. Top. Him lobby.
Got Eddie.
Both bigger.
Got on mid. I don't already capture big arch.
Guarantee this.
Guarantee this cap.
How about hop on?
You have spot.
Captures. I have already front. I'm lobby death.
Bigger time. Yo, my rap cap, bro.
Do it. I'm gonna go deep. I'm gonna go deep.
Barrage. Get back there.
And right there, LAG, the communication is on point. Small talk at its finest. Knowing exactly what they needed to do, what angles they needed to watch as they complete over towards this B point nice and early. Now it's all about this pinch on over towards A. And with the Guerrillas in the positioning, you're going to see that one player from Minnesota going to spawn all the way across the map. Guns have to be up. You cannot lose these gunfights if you are Røkkr.
You really can't. Look how far they have to push. They're going to look to cut it down as well. Exceed, waiting in this corner for the reinforcements he knows are coming. LG are just trying to farm them a little bit. That's what they're doing at the moment. No aggressive push till they have the numbers and the position. They've done exactly that. It's a swarm now hitting restaurant.
You have to get here. If you are Minnesota, you have two players that are pushing from kitchen. Bance is going to be the guy that gets taken down by Arsenal's. They're still reading the play. The stack is already going to be in. 3 players on it. Second segment is in. Cammy finds one. Attach finds a second. But there's still 2 players on it. You have to go. If you are Minnesota, you have to win a couple of these gunfights, but it does not matter. The Guerrillas, one push is all it needed. Take control of Jules' side. Put their focus on the 2 players that are playing towards kitchen. They get the stack in. They get the kills. And they close out the attacking round. Now up 2-1.
Just maybe a little bit too slow and careful there from Minnesota. They had the right idea. They made the right kills. But time waits for no man. And it certainly did not wait then. 2 players on it. Allowed it to tick up. Røkkr were probably thinking we can retake this easily enough. And now they have the hard job to do. They have to win an attack here just to stay in this series.
It's all going to start over towards this A point again for this squad. Probably don't have a lot of confidence to win their gunfights over towards B, so let's just get the easy one out the way. Extend time by a minute. As they only keep 1 player on it. Everyone else trying to play for a couple kills. You have 1 player in Joe Deceives who's going through that flank through kitchen. So he could potentially be the playmaker for the Guerrillas to try to break this one, but he's going to get red. He gets picked apart. And it should be the Guerrillas finding the break. That's unbelievable because Minnesota had more bodies. They just didn't win any gunfights.
They did, and Bance staying alive, though. Trying to make sure his teammates have at least 1 route back into this. Joe Deceives hits him with a stun, but Bance still staying alive. There's a fight going down. Afro will eventually get it. This should now be Minnesota locking in A. Bance is going to go all the way around. And basically the idea of this is to basically get some kills. Keep B open. But will Sneaky be enough as he crawls round? And it will be. Sneaky Bance.
It works for Bance. And he's not slowing down. He's going to be the aggressor. He knows that players are coming from Spawn side. Finds himself on a spy spree, just being a nuisance in his opponent's spawn. He still has that silent to work with. You're not going to know where he's coming from. The nade comes in. He's not going to be able to pick up that kill, but he still stalled a lot of time for LAG to focus on taking him down. So now with a minute and 35 seconds left, if you are Minnesota, you do not have bedroom control. LA Guerrillas, they find a couple kills through the middle of the map. Now it's all about just trying to get the best positioning possible as Afro finds himself through double arches.
All that work hasn't done as much as they would like it to, as Afro's going to go down as well. Røkkr want bodies. They aren't able to find that kill feed clean. Bance with a big kill. Going to jump onto this. Will stop the clock and instantly nade it out. No trophies available.
There's no bedroom control right now for the Guerrillas. They're just picking up these kills through the map, watching their crossfires. As Cammy's going to go for the challenge, not able to win it onto Joe Thieves. But now it's all on to Exceed. The only player on this side of the map, he gets taken down. And now this should be free range for Minnesota to just sprint right on forward to get on towards B. What the?
Oh, aBeZy's just like, where are you going? And they've had to look this one, and Afro will stop the clock here. Bance is still going to be out towards the back getting kills. And aBeZy has shot bodies. It's Cammy around the wrong way. Afro does eventually take him down, though, and this is looking great here for Minnesota. Cammy's going to take down Joe Thieves as well. They're on the point. The first tick is now in. Exceed's getting the nades out. They have to move. LA Guerrillas have to go. Second tick almost done. Only one player on here for them, but Attach gets the first kill.
Oh, but they can't find anything else. It's all over, Bryce. The stack is in.
Oh, no! Never shoot bodies! Never, ever, ever shoot bodies! It's just bad luck!
Yeah, it's definitely bad luck. Regardless if you're a two-time world champion, that is a tough one to swallow. Because Minnesota has had free reigns the entire time. They maintained bedroom control. That's what made it difficult for the Guerrillas players, because they were all spawning out towards Jules. You had the SMG players trying to go for flanks through top cat, trying to get it towards bedroom as best as they possibly could. But Minnesota picked them apart one by one and secured the attacking round. And now that's going to put LAG, who were up in the tick department, back on the defensive end. We know how Minnesota like to play this. Get A out of the way nice and early. Give them extra time to work with over towards B. So I would like to see the Guerrillas switch it up a little bit. Send two bodies over towards A this time around.
Oh, looks like they're doing exactly that. It's a two-person split. Here comes the push from Røkkr. They've made this look a little bit difficult sometimes. And Bance continues his reign of terror. Not that time. The wide chow gets taken down by aBeZy. Attach already stunned. And I've got to say this while we've got a bit of a lull while we're waiting for the push to come through. I think Bance has been a real thorn in the side of LAG on this map. He just keeps finding gaps in two pieces, apparently.
That's just what he does. Pops that dead silence. He's able to be the playmaker. A big gunfight going in favor of aBeZy right there. To at least maintain this map positioning over towards B. You're going to give up A, no problem. But now you have bedroom control. Exceed actually finds that kill. He's able to break right on in. Would look like to be an easy catcher for Minnesota. Now they have to work over towards A once again.
Well, this is a little bit disastrous, maybe. Cammy does find the kill, though. And LAG have given this away, potentially. B flies through, but they do manage to get down Cammy before he can do anything. And Joe Thieves is in bedroom, and he says, all right, they line up for me. Thank you very much. Stops any potential problem.
Look at the spawns coming in from Minnesota, all towards bedroom side. aBeZy at least able to relieve some of that pressure. Because now the push is going to come in for Minnesota over towards B. Exceed with some early shots, able to get the turn and burn right there if you are Afro. So time is going to stop as they're able to get over towards this B point. But it's still, this has caused so many problems for Minnesota, this crossfire right here. They're able to take down the Soul. First segment already in NB.
Let's push through as well. Cammy will take down Bance, but it doesn't matter. Afro gets two. Cammy on the cross, but Exceed guns him and Attach gets through again. Røkkr are just lighting up in the kills, but they are not able to get this one down quite yet. Afro's going to be naded, tries to get out of there, he's going to be weak. Finds a player, still doesn't win the gunfight. Second tick in at B. It is a game of absolute minute details, and it could go either way. Attach still alive. He's on a 5 spree and 6 for Attach, and he captures B basically single-handedly. And Røkkr are on A as well. Attach is flying in the cruise. I don't know if it will land before that tick gets in. It won't. It doesn't matter. Røkkr do the miracle, and they've won the control study. What on earth was that?
That's unbelievable. I can't believe that one, Bryce. Like, how the hell did they just do that? They were putting a lot of pressure over towards bedroom. They only had one person on that point, but they were playing around the kills. Attach goes big with that final 6-3 to capture B point by himself, and now he knows that all of his teammates are going to spawn over towards Kitchen. Once he finds that final kill on to B, all of the Guerrillas have to commit over towards A, but at that point, it's too damn late. The spawns come in close for Minnesota. The stack comes in. The cruise missile gets called in, and Attach closes out the game for Minnesota to stay alive in this series. What a play, what a round from Minnesota to now be down 2-1.
I don't even know how to really contemplate breaking that one down. We're going to have to look at the highlights to see exactly some of the big moments in that game. But I've got to say, I'm not entirely enthused by LA Guerrillas' play style there when it comes to B. They don't tend to have anybody locking it in. They didn't have a ton of bedroom control. They seem to want to wrap through mid over and over again, relying on Assault to hit that, essentially, the cross. And if he doesn't make it, they're just flying to B for free.
Yeah, that was difficult. Right there, if you ask me, in my opinion, I would have given up that A point. I know Exceed finds that 2-piece over towards A, but when you find those 2 kills, you spawn them closer towards bedroom. They're spawning down towards back plat. And now you have to worry about the pressure over towards B. You don't maintain bedroom control once you lose it the first time around. You just allow Minnesota to continually tunnel forward over towards that B point. Once they close that one out, they already had 2 segments done at A. And with the Tats going on that final 6 spree, he allows all his teammates, when they do die, to spawn all the way over towards Kitchen. Makes them easy to just sprint on forward, stack that point, and the game is over. But if you are LAG, at least in my opinion, if I'm Exceed, I'm basically chalking up A right off the rip. You're allowing them to have that 2-minute defense, but you're maintaining bedroom control the entire time. When they had it, they were great. But when they did it, we saw with Minnesota able to capitalize on it, and now they stay alive a little longer in this one.
And this is just Attach going to work. How he won this one, 35 health points in a dream. Soloed the B point in the end. There were so many big plays coming out of them. You thought LAG almost had it. They allowed Røkkr to come back in. And even then, I want to say, I don't think Røkkr were playing it perfectly most of the time. The strategy from LAG to push that position was basically making Røkkr play not how they were wanted. They didn't really set the point. They were worried about the kills keep coming through because LAG were just headbutting them over and over again in the middle of the map without really going for bedroom control. So it was always like 3 players versus 1. But because they were so far away and trying to run through choke points, it didn't work out. I don't know. It was a bit scrappy, Studdy.
Yeah, it definitely was a bit scrappy. Right there, if you are LAG, there's a couple things you got to take away from it. We got to wrap back and get double desk control. We can't always try to hold down that cross through the map because they're just going to dive on it, get a couple trophies down. Your attacks have no play in that point, and then the gunfights are a little bit more difficult because you're trying to challenge from middle, trying to challenge from couches, and they are ready for that push because they have double desk control. So when you're always trying to attack towards B, if you don't have bedroom, you at least have to try to wrap back. But at that point, you also have to at least cut your losses. When you were dropping every single player in towards the middle of the map, you at least have to put someone in towards Kitchen. When you put someone towards Kitchen, you're forcing them to spawn all the way towards back plat. Makes it a lot more difficult to get them to get an easy free run over towards A. They just weren't making those little mistakes. They have to adjust going forward into the rest of the season, but they're still up 2-1 in this series, and they're undefeated in hardpoint, Bryce. So Minnesota have a tall task.
They certainly do. Røkkr do love a reverse sweep, though, and anything could happen. But, yeah, maybe a little bit of an adjustment from LAG. I think more bedroom control, maybe. Just having somebody be that foil. We've seen teams completely commit to it. And I'm curious if they can now just finish this series here flawless since this team formed in hardpoint. Not a big sample size, but significant enough that we've been talking about it. Studdy, statistically, how do you think this is about to go down?
Well, I think this is going to be a gruel over hardpoint. I just think the way that Minnesota were able to play this map yesterday, because they do have a fresh rep on it versus a team like Atlanta FaZe, they won a 250 to 246, and the majority of their success always came down at that P3 hardpoint. They are the best team in the game at that hold, that P3, 94.4% hold rate. So that's basically a money hill from them. If you are LAG, just make sure you're rotating like you were in that map number 1. Your breaks have been flawless so far ever since this team has been formed, but on a map like Fortress, you can get pain right in your backside if you're not getting those favorable sides of the spawns for these certain hard points. So that P3 is going to be the definition for me. Whoever takes that hard point is going to be able to take this map.
Well, let's see. At the moment, Minnesota Røkkr up against it again, but not unfamiliar territory for them. They have to be cool, calm, and collected to survive the storm that is coming. A team that always plays well in hardpoint from the LAG. can they do it? Can they again, after looking not great on the first 2 maps, perform another reverse sweep? They looked amazing versus FaZe yesterday, but that wasn't there. And you see Bance with his breathing exercises, remaining calm. Energy levels is all about what this player is. Something that we haven't seen many teams adapt actually there, Stud.
What, the breathing exercises?
To remain that calm and collected after the adrenaline dumps that are close games.
Especially if you are some of these young squads. You know, I can't believe like a veteran squad like the Vegas Legion for some reason.